12. Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox.
It's almost lost its special nature now, hasn't it? Now we need to see 2 9-darters in a game. But what a shot that is from Paxton.
I'm all hot, aren't I? Oh, it couldn't have been much better that first start. Come on, Andy. Give us a big fish on your birthday. Oh, that's a belter. That's equalising. He will ask a very stiff question. However, this is a match-winning opportunity, and it is at the ball for the first one of the week.
Hair-raising stuff. A little bit of a sluggish start from McEwen here. This could be a spectacular start from Shane. Oh, he's got to go for it. He's got to go for it. He's found it. What a way to announce his presence.
This is slim pickings now. It's on though. And it's there.
On the full flag, John O'Shea.
Hello, good morning. Welcome along to another week here at the Modus Super Series. A fortnight's already gone in Series 9, and by the end of play this week, we'll have our first trio named into Champions Week come Christmas time. And we have 3 players who've already made a Champions Week in the past in this week's line and in this Group A line. Matthew Edgar is alongside me to talk about all of the action throughout the course of the next few days. But first things first, let's go back to Saturday, where the perennial winner of this competition, Andreas Harrison, did it again.
He did it again. Another title on the board for Andreas Harrison. I wouldn't say he did it in style, but he did it in a way that was probably more impressive in the fact that he was asked so many questions. All the important games on the night all went the distance, and he won every single one of those last leg shootouts, showing us again that he is one of the very best players without a tour card.
Usually I'd ask what have we learnt about Andreas in that scenario, but I don't feel like we learn anything more about Andreas. He just is what he is.
We know everything we need to know about Andreas Harrison, and I think I said it many times on Saturday night that the only way to get a win over Andreas Harrison is beat him. That's a little play on words. Sometimes you can feel like you lose a game, where you feel you've had it in your hands, or maybe you've not played as well. You very, very rarely see Andreas Harrison's form line dip. The only way you're going to win is by getting better than Andreas Harrison, and that is over a 90 every time.
So that's a 5th weekly title, including the series win for Andreas, level with Steve West. Now, Neil Duff, you can see there, is on 4. That's because his double trouble title is a specials week, so that doesn't count towards the data. Luke Little, of course, won a couple of weeks and won a couple of Champions Weeks as well. The other player that was the real standout this week was Ryan Branley, the 16-year-old, who could take a lot from this week. I think because of the litter effect, there's a lot of players of his age that come through that maybe get a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but he can take only positives from this experience.
I think because of the Littler effect, I think sometimes people expect more. This was a massive step up, even being here at the Super Series, and what he did this past week, a huge success, making Saturday night massive step forward. I did try and manage expectations a little bit going into Saturday night, because we are dealing with a young talent who did perform on the night. He played well. Just a couple of missed opportunities. I'm sure we'll see him back here. He's certainly one I'm going to be keeping my eye on moving forward.
And we are going to see him back in Series 10 because he's won an ADT qualifier to be back here in the coming months. But to this week's action now, and as we mentioned, it's filled with 3 former Champions Week participants in Group A: John O'Shea, Bradley Roes and Adam Paxton, who made it through in the previous series. In Group C, James Hubbard makes his long-awaited return, whilst the 9-dart hero, Lee Cox, is back once again. So that's how the groups break down, and these are the odds for this week altogether. John O'Shea goes off as the 9-2 favourite from the get-go. Adam Paxton at 5-1. I want to talk about him first, because the last time he was here, he was pitted in probably the toughest week of Series 8, probably one of the toughest qualifying weeks we've ever seen here at the Super Series. But he was the one that was able to get over the line. And in particular, what stood out was his impeccable finishing.
And that is why he's second favourite to win this week. The odds compiler's probably a little bit uncertain what to expect fully with Adam Paxton. Can he repeat it? Can he not? They're a little bit unsure and they're playing it safe because actually what he's shown last time was a high level of ability and quality. Not only that, it was his demeanour that I was really impressed with. The way he conducted himself on the stage. He just oozes confidence. And just seeing him in the back room, how he walks around the place, he has that little bit of swagger and I like watching him. I think he's going to do well. Very
quickly, John O'Shea, right favourite, yes or no?
Yes, I would go with John O'Shea on recent sort of form. He's been a bit hit and miss at times, a little bit erratic. His words as well to back that up, not just sort of an observation, but he's due something. I think he's going to do well soon. We're getting towards the back end of the year. We know he wants his tour card back. We know he wants to be back on the Pro Tour. So that preparation starts now. You can't get to January and go, I'm going to get ready. You need these months. You need that run-up. And if he's going to get that card back, we're going to see that process begin. It may start this week.
It's 18 plus. It's begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this morning. Right, to our first game of the session, and it sees John O'Shea in action. He takes on Andy Hamilton, who's yet to win a week here at the Super Series. It's the 10th appearance for him here at the Live Lounge in Port. He was involved in the first ever 9-dart shootout here, but he's looking to make it through to Champions Week for the first time. He actually missed darts to beat John Worsley in his weekly final. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with the hammer. Andy, 10th appearance for you here at the Modus Super Series. It feels like yesterday since you were here playing in that 9-dart shootout.
Yeah, obviously the exciting times for me. 10 times here, I'm really enjoying myself here. I think just for me, it's just giving everyone an opportunity for myself, who's probably later in my career. But I still believe in my game. Obviously, 9-dart finish is one to remember, and I think I had a good rule that night. So hopefully this week will be my week this week.
In terms of where you're at, in terms of how you're playing, how's things been since we've last seen you?
For myself, I'm in a good mindset. That's the main thing for me. I'm in a good place. My darts, I'm busy with darts, whether exhibition-wise and doing other things like that. So as long as my mind's in a good place, I'm sure my darts will follow.
You're in this kind of happy medium in your career where you can still play at a very competitive level, but you can also enjoy the finer things of the sport, the exhibition work, going travelling and just kind of doing things your own way.
Yeah, I think it's about me now. I mean, I've been through the pressures of life and not enjoying and enjoying it. So this time's my time now. So I'm just picking and choosing things what suits me now. And obviously, a lot of darts are still part of my life, and darts will always be in my life, and probably till I'm 6 foot under. So as long as I'm still breathing, I'll still keep trying. I'll still keep playing darts.
And that inner determination to win, that burning desire is never going to go, is it?
Not at all, mate. That'll always be there, without a doubt.
We wish you all the very best this week, Andy. Good luck.
Cheers, Henry. Thank you very much.
Very philosophical look about things for Andy Hamilton ahead of his 11th Super Series campaign. Joins Neil Duff on that number of appearances here at the Live Lounge as he takes on John O'Shea, a 4th appearance for him here. He's played in every single series in 2024, and his best one was when he lost in the final of Series 6, Week 12. And because of the complexities of that particular series, he did get an invitation through to Champions Week where, as you can see, he made it through to the semi-finals. The 49-year-old from Cork will be eligible for the World Seniors Tour next year. I'm sure he's glad that we reminded him of that. Up against a man who has made it through 2 finals on the World Seniors Tour, Andy Hamilton, the 57-year-old from Stoke-on-Trent, former runner-up here, lost out to John Worsley in that particular final. And it could be some way to kickstart the week. 2 experienced players going toe-to-toe here on the Live Lounge stage. Hamilton
First leg,
was very philosophical in that interview there, Matt, about
game on,
about things, about darts, and about where his career's at. And he's kind of at that stage of his career where, yes, that burning desire to win is still there, but at the same time, he's going to try and enjoy the twilight years.
Do you know what? I really enjoyed that interview from Andy Hamilton. I thought it was very insightful. Certainly, speaking from the voice of experience, who's someone who's tried to walk away from the playing side of this sport, you just never really can. Darts is sort of one of those bugs that when it bites you, it's sort of with you for life, and that is echoed there by Andy Hamilton. He may not be out on the Pro Tour. He may not have aspirations to grace the Ali Pali stage once more, but there are plenty of stages for which Andy Hamilton can play on. The Super Series being one of them, the World Seniors, the ADC. There are options in darts now for all players that wasn't there before, and he's probably,
190.
as he was saying, with the exhibitions thrown in as well, as busy as ever when it comes to the amount of darts that Andy Hamilton will play in the 365.
And he's done that plenty of times over the years, and that's the first maximum of the week. And I'm sure it's not going to be the last.
What was the theme of last week, Henry? I said it so many times. Stop leaving 3-4-2, because if you hit a maximum, you can't leave a finish. Case in point in leg number 1. Carrying on. I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep talking about it.
Which has given O'Shea a free stab at 86 to take out the opening leg.
86.
Well, it just wastes that maximum, doesn't it, against the darts? With the darts, you may get away with it.
Game shot.
No
the
problems
first
there for
leg.
John O'Shea. What a way
John
to start
O'Shea.
the day. 15 darter.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
15 darter, not a bad way to kickstart the week for John O'Shea. Mentioning Hamilton's form in 2024, lost out
38.
in the final, the Champion of Champions event that took place at the Viva Complex in Blackpool. Actually beat John Henderson, who just
60.
recently won the World Seniors Championship by 10 legs to 8 in the first round. Really good performance, averaged in excess of 94, and then beat Richard Rowlands, a player who's had good success on this stage in 2024, made it through to the last Champions Week by 13 legs to 11 before then losing out in the final to Richie Howson, 13-10. That was Richie's first ever World Seniors title, but fair to say
100.
that for players playing at the World Seniors, 2 best of 25 matches feels like a very long day.
Oh, for any age it is, but I think the biggest achievement at the moment in regards to results this year for Andy Hamilton when we
41.
take a look at the World Seniors has to come at the World Seniors Championship at the Circus Tavern when he ended the dominant run of Robert
140.
Thornton, who won back-to-back Seniors World Championships. But that run came to an end in the last 16 at the hands of Andy Hamilton.
$58.
Well, Shea's made a decent start to this contest, scoring really efficiently.
56.
And again, has left himself on a finish after 12, although this much more sizable than the 86 that he checked out in leg 1. Well, apart from that 180, there hasn't really been too much in terms of scoring visits from
139. John
Hamilton
McQuarrie,
up until that point,
145.
and he finds his throw under severe threat here. Treble 15 gives O'Shea a dart at tops. And that might just be the spark.
Second leg.
John O'Shea
John
2-0 to the
O'Shea.
good. A pair of 15 darters seeds into the
Third leg,
halfway
it's John
point.
to throw first. Game on.
Starting the week in a vein of which he wants to carry on in.
Favourite backers will be getting a little bit
99.
excited right now, won't they? John O'Shea, the favourite for the week. And you just sense that with John O'Shea, something will be bubbling under the surface. I did manage to have a chat with John O'Shea not long after losing his PDC tour card.
131.
And he says he didn't feel like he did himself justice. He said there was more in the locker that he didn't let out, and he wants to have another go.
190.
Wants another opportunity on the Pro Tour, wants to see how far he can go within the game. He has graced the Alexandra Palace stage. He's won the World Masters. He got his hands on that very iconic
100.
trophy, didn't he? The trophy's obviously been renewed since the changeover to the WDF, but that World Masters trophy was one that always stood out,
59.
didn't it? The sort of dartboard with the darts on top.
Will have the name Matthew Edgar on in 2024?
No, I think it's in a collector's house now, isn't it? They all got auctioned off, all the old trophies.
120.
Good way, dodging the question. Hamilton looking to get the break back, leaving himself on 147, and O'Shea
54.
just about leaving himself on the big
147.
fish. Well, after this weekend, the question of what sees a 9 dart or 147 felt like it was emphatically answered after 3 times we saw perfection nailed in Budapest.
57. Johnny require 170.
But what about some early morning fishing? And this would keep up John O'Shea's streak of 15 dart legs. Not to be this
44.
time. Hamilton back for 90. May just
And
be
he
a dart at the
require
bullseye
90.
here to reduce the gap to 2-1.
But this is what Andy Hamilton's been so good at, isn't it, over his career? But interesting there to opt away from the 20s. 2 single 20s would have left him a dart at the
Johnny
ball.
require 126.
Which John O'Shea on 126, I think that's a bit of a gamble.
Particularly when you consider he's already had a 145 in this match. The bullseye,
101.
which would have been ironic because it was
And he
effectively the
requires
target that
40.
Hamilton neglected. But wherever the play was, it has worked out in his favour. He's got 3 at tops to break back, double 10. But it does not go.
Johnny
3 missed
requires
darts at a double
25.
for the hammer. O'Shea returns to 25. Returns for double 8. For a
Game's
3-0
on the third
lead.
leg. John
And in terms of
O'Shea.
his doubling, it's really efficient. 3 from 5 so far. It's been a really good
Well, it's
performance
Andy
so
to throw
far
first.
from the Joker, who is looking to ascend from the pack right from the get-go.
Looking for a statement performance here, John O'Shea.
100.
Sometimes it can be a bit tricky when you are the favourite to win the week. It shouldn't make a difference, but certainly in the back room it does,
140.
because it allows all the other players to start getting in your ear a little bit. There are battles of words that go on. Do you know what? That would be a great thing, wouldn't it? If we could put a microphone and a
83.
camera in the players' room so we could hear some of these conversations. There's a lot goes on behind that door.
43.
These two are having a conversation this morning. They were chatting about their exhibitions and their various tours that they've got coming up. Andy, a very popular player on that circuit, and John does a lot of exhibition stuff, particularly back home in Ireland.
140.
For Andy, it's probably the
100.
part that he can really enjoy now. Of course, still competitive, still plays various stuff, but now he hasn't got the ordeal of having to travel week in, week out. He can pick and choose what he wants to do, and in particular, the exhibition
121.
circuit provides a decent source of that.
You've hit the nail on the head. When you want to. That is the key thing. When you're on that Pro Tour, you feel
And
you
he
can't
requires
miss events
57.
because the ranking so important. The dropping of points, the rolling system.
Game shot on the 4th flag. Andy Hamilton.
He picked and chose his route there for the 57. Gets his first leg on the
John
board.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, 15 darters seem to be the theme of the day because of the 4 legs played in this match. 3 of them have been won in exactly 15.
82.
O'Shea with the darts here to see the match through.
$41.
A little bit of frustration there for
60.
Andy Hamilton will because the current situation. He will be asking himself to deliver. Sees his opponent just get that 1 treble visit in the opening shot, and then he's thinking, get in there, 140. And the frustration will come because years ago he'd have asked himself those questions and he would have had
96.
the answers.
$99.
O'Shea a slender lead in this leg, but it can be evaporated with a big score here from the hammer. And that 140 will just keep the Irishman hot on his heels. Needs to find a treble here to leave himself on a finish.
60.
And so Hamilton here has got 6 for 2-2-4. And as quickly as O'Shea could have found himself in a position of authority in this match, where in this leg he was thrown to win it, Hamilton breaks, he'll have the darts to take us all the way to a last leg decider all of a sudden.
100.
Great last dart to leave himself on 1-2-4, nestled between the darts either side of the treble wire.
140.
O'Shea,
And
over
he
140, has
required
left himself
124.
on a single to double if this does not go. And this time he has to utilise the bullseye. And he's going to get a shot at it. But he's not going to get it. And so John O'Shea returns to 60 to pick the first points of the week up. 2 in his hand at tops. He's been 3 from 5 on his doubles. But he has missed 2 to win this contest.
25.
Choices for the hammer.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And he's reeling
Andy
this one
Hamilton.
back. John O'Shea raced into a 3-0 lead. Looked like it was comfortable.
6th leg, it's Andy to throw first.
As we said earlier on,
Game on.
Andy Hamilton's made a career of this. Remember the World Match Play? Probably the game that follows around Andy Hamilton so much. The Hamilton-Simon Whitlock. I think that's a game that gets brought up every single World Match Play.
83.
It's not one of those bingo cards that various websites and forums have on their Twitter page before the tournament begins.
100.
Have you never seen those bingo cards on Twitter?
Yes, absolutely. Do enjoy those. Still think we should have Super Series bingo cards.
97.
What would you put in there?
Probably Edgar calling for Super Series bingo cards, actually. That's probably ticked off already.
121.
It's been a really good fight back from Hamilton here. He was 3-1 down. He's had to stave off a couple of match darts from O'Shea. And he's 6 darts away here from
60.
forcing a last leg decider in the opening match of the week.
I think what we're
41.
watching here is everything we expect to see. Andy Hamilton's going to be in there fighting and battling all the way through this week. John O'Shea's going to have
94.
moments of
And you
brilliance,
require 140.
but then he's probably going to have moments of frustration.
This to take us all the way. The 140 isn't going to go. O'Shea's already missed the bullseye for the 126 earlier on in this contest. And now he has that particular shot to win the match, to pick up the first spoils of the week.
It's a very
41.
toned down appearance, isn't it,
John
from John
O'Shea
O'Shea today? He does have a very
126.
big flashy shirt, opting not to go for that, but he could end with a flashy finish.
And crucially, Hamilton slipped into the single one with his final dart of the previous visit, meaning that he's left himself on 99,
86.
leaving
And he
himself on
required
a free
99.
darter. There's no guarantee he gets a go at anything. Well, there should be now. And so 1 dart to save this match. A double 16 does not go.
83.
And so John O'Shea gets 3
Johnny
more darts
require
at tops
40.
to win this contest, to eventually cross the line and to pick up a
Game shot and
4-2
the
victory
match.
at the
John
beginning of his day.
O'Shea.
John O'Shea, the first winner of the week. He gets the better of Andy Hamilton by 4 legs to 2. It was a decent contest. 2 15 darters, 16 darter in there for John. Next up, Adam Paxton against Carl Sneyd.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's.
Definitely not him. It's definitely
he thinks
not
it's
him.
it.
Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that level 7 now. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think
Is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we
Hold
come.
on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggle today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one coming into it, sir.
One of them things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jim!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, John O'Shea got the better of Andy Hamilton by 4 legs to 2, averaging in excess of 90 in the game and 50% on his doubles, 4 out of 8, including that 145 checkout to put him 2-0 to the good. Next up for us, a former weekly winner, Adam Paxton, who made it through to Champions Week last time out, looking to go back-to-back, and his first assignment of the morning is Carl Sneyd, a 4th appearance for the Bomber here, but the first time he's played a Group A. First time this man's played a Group A. Adam Paxton, the 24-year-old former weekly winner, up against Carl Sneyd, the 37-year-old from Oldham, the 4th time he's been here, and the 4th time he has won through an ADC qualifier. And when you consider the part of the world that Carl resides from, to win one of them is an achievement. To win 4 says that you are quite the capable player. It's game 2 of our morning session between Paxton and Sneyd. Matthew Edgar is alongside me. And the last time Adam was here, he kind of went under the radar throughout the entirety of the tournament because of the likes of Plaisir, because of Bolton, because of Crabtree, because of Warburton. You could probably carry on the exhaustive list of big names he was up against. But this time around, he comes into this with a little bit of a reputation.
I really enjoyed the story last time Adam Paxton was here as well. He came in saying how he was a Super Series super fan, always watches it almost every single session, every single week. And he was just loving the opportunity to come here and play. Then he was a Super Series weekly winner. Then he was a Super Series Champions Week participant. And I feel quite confident to say that I think we're now looking at a Super Series regular.
180.
Well, he got his invite here initially because he hit a 9-darter at the ADC Championship Tour. He got a direct
140.
invite by the tournament organisers as a result of that, and a couple of decent runs in that competition. And boy, has he used that invite to good degree. And now playing in a week because he won
42. Adam, you record
in the
121.
previous series, and he's got off to a good start here, leaving 1-2-1 after 9. Doesn't have to go down for the bullseye if he doesn't want to.
89.
And he's not going to attempt either. He's going to leave himself on 32 after 12. Trying to set out a statement straight away. And if there was one thing that Adam was good at in his previous appearance here, it was the doubling.
99.
How good is he here?
Require 32.
Pretty
Games
good,
on
the
first
answer.
leg. Adam
13
Paxton.
darter. Out the tracks quickly. Adam Paxton one up.
Second leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
Whenever I've worked on a week with a player before, I like to re-watch it. I like to have a little look at what we seen last time.
100.
What did we talk about last time? And one of the things that I spoke about with Adam Paxton was when he first started playing
97.
here at the Super Series, it was like he was throwing the darts a bit soft, a little bit floaty, and with that wasn't quite getting the right angle of entry with the dart. Now, the equipment that Adam Paxton uses is quite long,
41.
but also very, very slim. He has to throw it with purpose and aggression. And look how much zip is in this throw at the moment of Adam Paxton.
60.
He has gone up there, he is confident, he is aggressive, and that's why he's playing well here. He is very assertive, despite the fact it's only 10 o'clock in the morning here in the UK.
59.
It's the first time he's played in a group pace now. As they actually have a look at the way the darts go into the
56.
ball, they do lay down very low and does use those Phil Taylor flights. We'll be hoping there's no biting of the flights, a la the power at any point this week from his perspective.
60.
Yeah, that's the more traditional angle of entry there from Carl. This sort of angle doesn't show you exactly what you see there where we look on the
128.
side, those darts laying down flat. What Adam Paxton sees, he wants the dart low in the treble bed. But he has to throw with aggression. He has to throw with
98.
purpose.
Adam, you record 160.
Needs to play with confidence, and he is.
Well, this has been a purposeful start, but the 160 isn't going to go, and so
100.
Sneyd's going to have to take out this 143
Oh, you
to
record
save throw
143.
following that 2 treble turn there with Paxton, who at this present moment in time is averaging in excess of 105
45. Adam, you require 20.
and is beginning here in the
Games
sort
on
of
second
fashion
leg.
in
Adam
which he won
Paxton.
his week last time out. 2-0 up, averaging
Third leg, it's
103.66.
Adam to throw first.
29 darts for the first 2 legs. And that man has got a lot of thinking to do.
If you missed the week last time that
83.
Adam Paxton played in and you was a little bit uncertain, going, why is this guy second favourite to win the week? Well, you may be thinking, why is he not the favourite on the evidence of this
100.
opening from Adam Paxton?
This was how ridiculous Adam Paxton's week was
140.
last time out. These are the other 11 players in the group. Adam Paxton beat Mike Warburton in the final. The other players to make the Saturday night,
180.
as Sneyd hits his second max of the match, were Victor Tingstrom, Wesley Pazier, Andy Bolton, Aidan
58.
Kirk. These are the players that failed to make it through to finals night. Jared Cole, Harry Gregory, Cam Crabtree, Clu Bevan, Scott Marsh and Ben Payne.
57.
Not a bad week, was it?
It was okay. Saw some decent players in there. And we're seeing some decent
83.
darts here.
Cole, you require 164.
Sneyd has been restricted to these types of opportunities for the most part of the match. The first dart of the 164 dropping low, and so Paxton
56. Adam,
has
you
an
require
opportunity here to
137.
open up a 3-0 lead, and if he hits the treble 19 with dart 1, expect him to go tops. Well, no, he doesn't go tops. That was a play we did see last time, but
97.
elected to
Cole, you require
go across for the
108.
treble 16 with dart 2. But tops
43.
he'll
Adam,
leave
you
himself
require
on
40.
eventually to go 3-0 to the good.
No
You did
score.
fear after that first start it
Oh,
could
you
be a bit
require
tricky. We have seen
65.
at the angle of entry, just laid down, you would have blocked up a little bit of that bed, but the slim flight would have still give him a sighter. Open bed for Carl.
45. Adam, you
Can't
require
deliver.
40.
You don't feel like Paxton will let the chance pass him by twice.
Game shot on the third leg. Adam Paxton.
Sneyd was given a glimmer, but unable to take advantage of the
Well, they get
opportunity.
strong to
Paxton
throw
3-0 up.
first.
Now,
Game.
this is the game from a scoring perspective. Now, as you can see, we are looking at things from a slightly different analytical angle. So, basically, we're looking at it from one treble
137.
turns in the 90 pluses, 2 treble turns in the 130 pluses, and 170 pluses. They're effectively maximum scores. So that graphic's in there as well. And of course, we'll keep the
140.
180 on screen for you, just to give you a bit more of a better look at how the players are scoring in real-time terms.
60.
Really good to sort of move forward in innovation there, because a lot of the time we're looking at treble-less visits versus power
81.
scores. Well, you might be switching now for a 97 and 91, and you're not registering in that lower column. Now you are. So a little bit more information and data available.
140.
Well, something that, speaking to Chris Murphy about over a long period of time, he's been a big advocate for this. It's something that
140. Oh, you break
is
164.
being utilised more by players in terms of analysis, and so it's only right that we look at in terms of analytical terms. But this is for the
60.
match and for a
Adam, you require
comprehensive
140.
4-0 victory here for Adam Paxton. Leave
60.
himself on tops, but
Oh, you
Sneyd
require
needs
104.
the 104 to save this match, to save this contest. Tops does not
64.
go, and
Adam, you
that could be
require 80.
curtains. Because Paxton has one in his hand at tops of the match,
40. Oh, you
but
require
is not found.
40.
Well, it's a very well thrown dart. Just the wrong side of the wire. Couldn't have got any closer.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Carl Sneyd.
Carl can. He can get that one in. That was a bit of a freebie in the mind there of Adam
Fifth leg,
Paxton.
it's Adam to throw first.
Because he'll be eyeing
Game.
up this one as the one to get it done. The one where he throws first.
100.
It's interesting, isn't it, when we look at statistical data and how players assess things nowadays and how we need to approach and look at that data as well.
139.
It's interesting on the finishes as well. Because we have tumpless checkouts, but potentially that's a 2-darter.
100.
Shots like 99's a 3, so actually 99's harder, even though we give more credit to the 100.
Well, it's the same in every sport. For
94.
example, I work in football, and you look at some of the metrics now described to analyse a game. You've got XG, expected goals. It's a similar pattern
57.
across all sports. As top level sport becomes more professional in every aspect, as does the data that gets driven in.
36.
Well, the data here that Adam Paxton is most concerned about is the legs column. And he is one away. There's one more leg on the board. Will be the next thing he's
60.
bothered about. The points.
Well, ultimately, in a group, that's the only stat that matters, is the amount of points that you pick up.
It's only for us
65.
anoraks who try analysing things and try making predictions that need all this data and information.
60. Carl, you require 167.
But that is 3 trebleless visits here from Adam Paxton. Just making things a little bit tricky towards the back end of this game.
69.
Or-
Adam, you require 124.
Is it becoming the middle of the game if Carl Sneyd can pull this one back?
Double 11 for the match.
102.
And it would have been some way to have sealed it for
require
Adam
98.
Paxton. And you feel this is the last life for Carl Sneyd in this contest.
The reaction from Paxton with the last one suggests he almost hooked at the dart rather than throw it.
78. Adam,
Needs
you
to be
require
purposeful.
22.
purposeful and perfect. And Paxton's on the board.
Paxton.
He gets the better of Carl Sneyd by 4 legs to 1. A decent opening performance, really good start. He gets the better of Carl Sneyd by 4 legs to 1. Coming up next, Bradley Roes against Bram van Dijk.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West. That takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Adam Paxton got the better of Carl Sneyd by 4 legs to 1, averaging just over the 89 mark, 40% on his doubles, 4 out of 10 to win the second match of the morning session. Our final game from round 1 sees Bradley Roes, the former weekly winner, 20-year-old from The Hague in the Netherlands, former WDF Boys World Champion, looking to pick up a second weekly title here, up against Bram van Dijk, who's making his second appearance here at the Live Lounge. Played here back in January, also aged 20. There was some signs towards the end of the week of him improving. I know has been under the tutelage of some players that are very well known and well versed here at the Super Series. Brian Roman being one of them. That's your referee for the day's action.
First. Game on!
World level referee, Colchester's Owen Binks. First time the words world and Colchester have ever been used in the same sentence.
Well, when you talk about players that have
100.
developed and grown, Bradley Roes has got to be one of those players that you really see has progressed during his time here at the Super Series. He's had those
56.
experiences on the Lakeside stage where it's been successful for him. That's why he's got those 2 stars on the back of his shirt, those 2 World Youth Championship titles. And he's won a week here.
140.
Progressing well is Bradley. He just seems to be growing every single time he's here.
96.
Maybe not necessarily now, but there will be a point in the future where Bradley will feel like that necessity to turn those youth titles into senior crowns will begin
100.
to loom large. But it feels like he's progressing at a nice enough rate.
I would say he's
82.
progressing at quite an
Bradley
accelerated
require
rate at the moment
161.
in regards to the consistency. He's always been able to play a good game, absolutely. But to be able to play it consistently, to repeat it, to do it game in, game out, that is the key to success here at the Super Series. And he's finding the formula.
90.
Well, it's a good start. He's left himself on 71 after 12.
59. Bradley
To take
requires
out the opening
71.
leg of this contest, and Bram nowhere to be seen. 13 leaves tops.
Game
Top
from
to
the
this,
first
we're seeing a
leg.
lot of
Bradley
15
Roes.
darters this morning, which, as a barometer, as a gauge, is that
Second leg,
of
it's
a
Bram to
fairly
throw
good
first.
quality.
Game on.
I feel this is a game, though, that's really going to suit Bradley. Some player here in Bram, but that little bit of sort of a local home nation, they'll be very well aware of each other.
96.
Bradley probably feels like he's got a bit of superiority in this fixture. And he's just trying to assert a bit of early dominance. And I like
51.
what I've seen with Bradley today. Got here nice and early. He's been on the stage for a good 20, 30 minutes. I've just been sat sort of watching him, and he weren't just throwing darts aimlessly up there. He's up there going through routines like it was in the practice room.
100.
Using his time up there wisely, and that is why he's hitting the ground running. Showing so much experience.
Yeah, both players here actually
140.
practicing with one another earlier on this morning. You tend to see it a lot, don't you, where the, say, the two ADC qualifiers come from the same nation, that they'll tend to practice together and spend a lot of their time together.
But that also tells me that Bradley feels he's got the beating of Bram here. Because if he thought it was going to be a close game, if he thought it was a game he wasn't the favourite in, you wouldn't be practicing with your opponent. You'd be staying far away from them and trying to get ready. But if you think you got the beating of them, you'll practice with them. You'll show them you've got the beating of them. You'll show them what they're going to be up against.
But you get the sense Bram has to take out this 114, and he's going to get a dart at top to do exactly that.
74.
But dart one
Bradley
going in the way it did,
60.
and his dart standing up meant that he didn't have much to see of that top's target, which is why he aimed high, and it went high. And that's a
Aims from the
13
second
darter for
leg.
Bradley Roes.
Bradley Roes.
28 darts for the first two legs, an average of 107.36.
Third leg,
In
it's
the Battle of the
Bradley to throw
Dutchman,
first.
it's the man from The Hague that is 2-0 to the good.
I've got a feeling that's a sentence that may have been said many times before. The Hague, a
100.
very well-known darting place in Holland, famously put on the map by five-time world champion Raymond van Barneveld, who actually, when you
45.
go over to The Hague, actually has a shop over there now, and I've visited the shop myself, and if you're a darting fan, it's a great place. He's got all his memorabilia out, his shirts,
59.
trophies from over the years that he's won. It's almost like a darting museum of Van Barneveld.
96.
There's something similar in Daventry, don't they?
Yeah, we've got my my trophy shelf. You can come over and dust it anytime.
43.
Ever-growing trophy collection these days, mind.
140.
Well, it was till I dropped one of them. I'm not used to handling them that much, so yeah, I dropped one and that's broken.
So you're the second commentator to have broken a trophy here after Paul Nicholson dropped his Players' Championship trophy.
Wayne
59.
Mardle dropped a glass one as well. Back in the days of Great Yarmouth, gave him a glass trophy and picked it up and smash.
140.
This has been a good response in leg 3 here from Bram. He's left himself an 80 after 12 to try and get the break back on Bradley.
58.
It's a really good response this from Bram.
require 80.
We was painting the picture that Bradley looking like he's going to run away with it. And I like the use of the 16s here.
64.
When your opponent's not on a finish, if you prefer that area of the board, you've earned the luxury, you've earned the right to be able to leave your favourite.
134. Bram, you require 60.
He's never really going to attempt the 180, was he, Bradley? With Bram on double 8. Now that could be awkward, but that's a superb find.
Bram
Because
Van
dart
Dijk.
2 would have blocked the bed somewhat, but Bram found a way through to break Bradley, and back it goes to 2-1, and back on throw it goes.
$58. $123.
Bradley, very much a player now, you have to say, has got pedigree here at the Super
83.
Series. Came in on debut and yes, he got through to the final. He lost to Neil Duff. And Bradley would be the first to admit this because he has in the past. That probably at that point he was very, very raw. He let
81.
maybe the emotion of the game at points get to him a little bit. But ever since we've seen a player that's really maturing in front of our eyes. And matter of fact, he's made 2 finals
60.
in his first 2 appearances before then going on to win in Series 7. This is a man that gets very, very close, if he doesn't win weeks, to doing exactly that.
80.
You see there at the bottom of the shirt of Bradley Roes as he was picking up his darts, that is actually the skyline, isn't it, of The Hague?
59.
Something we're seeing quite a lot now, people trying to incorporate the hometowns within their attire. Obviously very proud of where they're from.
Don't think he does now, but he used to have a shirt which had
59.
a stork on the back of it, which is the kind of coat of arms of The Hague. Big supporter of ADO Den Haag, the
60.
local football team. There it is, the
Bradley, record
skyline of The
158.
Hague. From the skyline, Roes is looking to improve the scoreline in this
43.
contest, but the setup turn not perhaps as ideal as what he'd like it to be. And so Bram here with a decent turn can put Bradley under heaps of pressure. And that 140 leaves himself on a
140.
single to
Bradley
double.
require
And all of a sudden,
150.
when it looked like Van Dijk was all at sea, he could leave himself on an opportunity to level this match up at 2-2. And he is going to get a go at the 41.
59. Bram, you require 41. Game shot on the 4 flag.
Well, the
Bram
first couple
Van
of
Dijk.
legs, it was very easy to throw all the praise on Bradley. He raced into an
Don't forget
early
Bradley
lead.
to throw first. Game on.
But now, the praise is all for Bram. He was completely up against it, wasn't able to land a blow, and now all of a sudden we're on a level game.
60.
Improving all the time.
140.
And you can perhaps make an argument here that Bram Van Dijk is the better player right now. But right on cue, Bradley has awoken.
180.
Good rhythm and
81.
pace about this one. As we're getting into the meat of the game, the business end.
$100.
Bradley just using that advantage of the darts. No finish available now for Bram.
73. Bradley, you require
So
160.
6 darts for Bradley Roes to edge back in front.
Looking to wrestle the ascendancy back in his control.
81.
Will leave himself on 80 upon his return. Bram looking to do what he did in the previous leg. Set up well and force Roes to take.
122. Bradley, you require
Slip for the
80.
last, but both players on a 2-darter. Which is going to have to be taken out in 3 for Bradley. Went low to go high, but that was precariously close to the treble.
40.
But because his darts stand
Bram,
up
you
to
require
attention, you can
85.
understand why he did that.
Big moment in this game. Big chance. It's one dart at the ball. And that's all he
Game shot
needs.
on the 5th leg. Bram van Dijk.
After 2 legs, it felt like Bradley was just going to run
Six
away
legs,
from this, and
Bram
Bram was
to
unable
throw
to land any sort of
Game on.
significance. Now, Bradley pondering at the back of the stage where it's all gone wrong. Well, it's been a bit of both.
58.
Bradley's performance has just decreased very slightly, where Bram has increased a lot.
$180.
Well, Bradley's been doing the power scoring in this game, but Bram's been doing the business when it matters in
57.
legs, at the back end.
As he was approaching the hockey there, addressing it, not surprised to see that go low. I didn't like that address there from Bradley. He was positioning
58.
himself on the hockey, setting himself for the shot whilst looking at the scoreboard to see what Bram's on. He was trying to play the moment rather than playing his own game. He was looking at the board.
140.
But the 180 in the shot before from Bradley I did like, because one thing Bradley's probably been a little bit guilty of in the past is when it's been going wrong, just getting a little bit sulky.
59.
I'd say we're seeing a player dig in here, but I think we're learning about Bradley here. That little tell. He's looking at the scoreboard again. This is a guy who's
59.
starting to panic. He's addressing the hockey, looking at the scoreboard, not the dartboard. And again, every
57.
single dart then goes low. The focus when you're at the hockey is the dartboard, not the scores.
Continually lurking over his shoulder, but it's mainly because at this stage of the leg, this is when Van Dijk has been
140.
doing his best stuff. Another
Bradley
2
require
treble turn in the
147.
setup turn has left himself on 47 for the match. And Bradley is not going to take out the 147. And so from 2-0 down, Bram van Dijk has
57.
restricted Bradley Roes to just
Bram, you
one
require
dart and a
47.
double. And now, should have had 2, should get 1, will get 1, a double 16 for the match.
31.
Bradley
require
gets a reprieve.
90.
Double 5 to save it. Double
Game
5 found.
shot on the sixth
Resistance
leg.
from Roes, and we go
Bradley
the
Roes.
distance.
7.
Chance maybe he thought he wasn't going to get when Bram was coming up for match starts. You saw the
Game
frustration, but now it's about composure. A deep breath there for Bradley, just taking the sting out of the moment. That's a good visit. With the darts, just get that one treble. That'll force your opponent into a couple of 2 treble visits.
100.
I know it's only one game in, so it's easy to say things like this, I know, but already what I'm seeing from Bram just looks
97.
a lot more assured than what we saw in his previous appearance here. And I remember Chris Mason and Glenn Dummett being on commentary for his previous appearance, and they
60.
both said that there was a player there but needed time to develop. He hasn't been here since January, and already there's some early tells that he's progressed along the line since his previous appearance here.
40.
See there again, Bradley has the bounce out, and his first reaction is, oh no, what's the scores? Do you play the player or do you play the board? That is one of the biggest debates within this sport.
71.
But a brilliant visit there for Bram. His first maximum visit of the game. And he leaves himself the maximum finish. Bradley needs a treble here, or Bram's going to get 6.
59. Bram, you require
And 6 it'll be.
170.
Bradley Roes looked in control at 2-0 up. He fought it all the way, but Bram van Dijk has missed the dart at the bullseye on the back of the big fish to win it. He's now had 2 match darts.
It's one of the questions we ask regularly, isn't it? Go for it or lay up. He's now got
60.
to burn a dart.
Bram, you require 33.
To cross the finishing line. He was 2-0 behind.
1.
But he has
Bram,
now
you require
missed 4 darts to win
145.
the contest. There's a moment of darting defiance here from Bradley Roes. The 145 isn't going to go, and so Van Dijk is going to get more opportunities to win this game.
87. Bram,
But
you
this time
require
you sense he's going to
32.
have to find with Bradley on a single to double combo. But this time, double 16 is good. And Bram Van Dijk, from 2-0 behind, gets the better of Bradley Roes in a last leg decider. Van Dijk 4, Roes 3. Coming up next, Hamilton against Paxton.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
And this is where... Hang on, wow.
John
Bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Devon coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They're not quite delivered it as of yet. You still make Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment. Oh, hello! It's the big favourites.
Goes 2-0. But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. Very, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done. When you get those nerves, you just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Fox for a breaker throw. They've got that 20. Stops the match. Starts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and darts for fun!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first round of fixtures have been completed. And before the break, Bram Van Dijk got the better of Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 3, averaging 85.34, 4 for 12 on the doubles. Our fourth game of the session sees Adam Paxton and Andy Hamilton go toe-to-toe. Hamilton lost out by 4 legs to 2 to John O'Shea in his opening game, whilst Adam Paxton looked really good. Got out of the gate very quickly in a 4-1 success against Carl Sneyd. And Matthew Edgar alongside me. And I know one thing, Matt, that you like a lot are patterns. And so far, in our first 3 games, we've had
Andy to throw
3
first.
different scorelines. There's only one
Game on.
scoreline left available after a 4-2, a 4-1 and a 4-3. And that's a 4-0.
So by that mean, you're saying I'm not really enjoying the day because there's no pattern there, is there? It's all over the place in terms of results, but I do like a bit of chaos.
140.
I don't mean Reece Colley. I do like Reece Colley, of course, but...
He's on your TikTok live, wasn't he, last
83.
night?
Well, most likely, everyone's going to be tuning in for that, aren't they, But that opening game, Adam Paxton, so good. Andy Hamilton battled hard.
97.
But Adam Paxton is playing now a man with reputation. And this is why he wants to be at the Super Series, to play those names, to play those players with a reputation on a stage like that. He will relish this chance. Some people in this situation, you might say, well, they're going to come up here, they might get a bit edgy in this sort of game. Not Paxton.
83.
And actually, if you match the pair up over the course of the last 12 months, there really isn't a lot to separate them. Paxton for the year, 85 average on the nose, 35% when it came to the finishing. Whilst for Hamilton, 85.28 average for the last 12 months, 34% on the finishing. So statistically, there's hardly any metric to separate the pair.
61. Adam, you require 138.
He's unable to take out the 138. What can
140.
Hamilton do with the 120?
And you require
If he hits the treble with dart 1, expect him to go below the treble bed with dart 2. Well, that will be helpful. Well, he went ball. First dart sat so low, he didn't see a
70.
proficient enough guy for the treble, so decided to go for a couple of bullseyes. And so Paxton back for double 12, and now double 6.
18.
And an uncharacteristic fumble on the doubles for Adam Paxton.
And you require 50.
Choices for the hammer. I don't think that was the intended plan. But this was to leave the double 16. He'd have been expecting to have 2 darts at it, and he would need
Adam, you
more
require
than the 1.
6.
2 frees.
Game shot on the first.
For
there.
16 dart breaker
Adam
throw.
Paxton.
Paxton 1 up.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Bit of pondering going on for the hammer. So a little shake of the head there from Adam Paxton, as if he thought maybe he got away with that. Well, that was a 16 darter. That's a decent standard of play.
$96. $41.
Two players at different points in their darting journeys for Hamilton. As he mentioned earlier on,
83.
enjoying kind of his salad days of his career, whilst for Adam Paxton, he very much at the beginning of his particular journey in the sport. And
134.
you'd say if this is kind of the basis of where he's at raw, then there's potentially a long way for Adam to go in this game.
39.
Age on his side as well. Feels like he's been around for quite some time, certainly more within the local scene.
58.
And he may be someone that people are aware with a little bit more on the media side of things. He did get quite a major sponsorship deal quite young. So there was always a bit of eyes and attention and expectation on his shoulders, but now really starting to live up to that.
134. $134. And he requires 140.
Two treble turn leaves Paxton on a 2 darter to double up the lead and to back the breakup of the previous leg. And Hamilton isn't going to take out the 149. And so Pac-Man for 2-0.
81.
Looking at 76.
And he requires 76.
double 18. He
40.
hardly missed it the last time he was here. But
And
as
he requires 68.
I found the target there, and it's only 1 from 5 on the doubles. And it's presented an opportunity here for Hamilton to level this match up, but it's another strain to the single one. And so it's only going to be the solitary dart at the bullseye. Only
Game
needs the
shot
one dart at the
second
ball
leg.
to break back and level
Andy
us up at
Hamilton.
1-1. That's
Third
a
leg
leg
gets
that
Andy to
Paxton would have
throw
felt in
first.
control of, and one that will hurt
Game
him.
Do you know when you're trying to fight back a smile? That was sort of the response there for Andy Hamilton, was it? You could see... Do you know, like when you tell your own joke and
93.
no one else is laughing, but you found it that funny that you try not to laugh? It was that face there from the hammer. You're probably quite familiar with that one.
60.
I don't know what you're on about.
Yeah, that face you're doing right now.
Luckily, no one can see it. But you can get in contact with us via our social media
83.
feeds, which you can see at the bottom of your screen. Instagram, X, and Facebook. It is at MSS Darts, the
140.
handle that you need to get in contact with us this afternoon. And don't forget that you can subscribe to the Super Series YouTube channel. If you do so, you can join us on the Super Series chat room, where you can give your thoughts and your
100.
observations on all the day's play. Super Series player David Davis is in the chat. He's good mates with
57.
Adam. They're good pals, the pair. David, who we're seeing get closer and closer towards a weekly win in this building.
One of the rare players to go through the card in a Group B campaign.
Mind you, 2 of those games were against
100.
Glenduvat.
How a moment
92.
can change the feel of a
And you
game.
require
We all felt about Adam
125.
Paxton. Andy Hamilton saved the shot with the bullseye last time. He might do the whole thing in that area. That's inviting on the ball. It was a very, very good
109.
dart. That first dart,
And you
you
require
expected to see
152.
another bullseye, but he needed the 25 first.
100. And you require
However, next best
16.
prize, 3 goes at double 8.
Game
2-1
shot on the third
Hamilton.
leg. Andy Hamilton.
Paxton missing a raft of doubles to win leg 2 and to
Fourth
go
leg, it's
2-0
Adam
to the
to throw
goods. And
first.
ever since,
Okay.
Hamilton has been able to pick up the pieces.
83.
And perhaps not a surprise that we spoke about their annual stats and how there wasn't much to separate the pair. In this game, there's hardly anything to separate from a scoring sense either, just a point between the two in terms of averages.
140. $100.
Just looking ahead on the evidence of what we've seen so far, on the evidence of what we know about the players, and just trying to make some
100.
predictions in my own mind about what I'm about to see over the next couple of games. And I don't know about you, Henry, but I see nothing but at the end of today a very
140.
tightly compact table separated by very little.
Well, if you look at the numbers so far today, it would point in that particular direction. Everybody in a ballpark
39.
of around about 7 or 8 points, which really isn't a lot. But that's effectively the case of a visit between the
98.
players in terms of scoring stakes and taking out legs. Paxton leaving himself an 80 after 12 to level this game up at 2-2.
$92. Adam, you require
Going to be under
80.
some pressure. Tops, and there is nothing in the way.
40. And you require 130.
Could well be another dart at the bullseye here for the hammer. He's chased the triple because the Liar Dart one was so
80.
good, and he's paid the price as a
Adam, you require
consequence.
40.
And so Paxton here gets 3 darts at
Games
tops and
on the
only needs the
fourth
one to level up at 2
Adam
apiece.
Paxton.
Both of his legs in this contest have been 1 in 16 darts. Level we are, 2-2 after 4.
Prefer gets Andy to throw first. Game on.
The thing that's standing out for me is Andy Hamilton when he's on that setup shot where he needs that one dart. He's gone into the one every time.
180.
So the best thing you can do is allow yourself a little bit more time by firing in a maximum.
First of the match.
60.
Well, no 9 darter here, but it was raining 9 darters in Budapest. 3 of them altogether. Cool Decker,
49.
player we've seen here at the Super Seeds. Sure, we're going to see again before too long. Michael van Gern with his glistening new darts. Obviously, he picked up the title, beat Ham van Veen in the final, and Martin Schindler yesterday afternoon. It was MVG, that was the MVP at the
79.
MVM Dome in Budapest.
$81. And you require 102.
$82 left. He's not missing the bullseye at all today, is he? And he's not going to miss the
Game
double
shot
16
the
either.
fifth leg.
And Hamilton, courtesy of
Andy
that 102, moves 3-2 to the good. A 12 darter puts him on the brink.
To throw first. Game on.
No problems, and he gets onto the doubles there. Andy Hamilton, 3 from 4.
100.
The problem early on was the setup play. Really corrects that one there. Big, strong 12 darter. He knows he's got the throw in the last leg, so this leg almost becomes a bit of a bonus. This leg's all about Paxton.
43.
Adam must be feeling this game is ebbing away at him. Had the opportunity to go 2-0 up, and he looked so in
100.
control of proceedings. Before then, Hamilton found that bullseye to level up. And then just when Adam thought maybe he's got an opportunity to break again and then throw for the match, does Hamilton hit that 12 darter courtesy of that 102. And of his second max of the match, he finds himself in a good position.
100.
It's a step up in performance here from Andy Hamilton from game 1 to game 2 as things stand of around about 10 points.
84.
He mentioned in his interview that maybe he hasn't got the consistency at the very top level anymore, but he can certainly go there on occasion.
37.
You feel he's going to go there enough this week to put himself in contention for a place on Saturday night. Something Andy Hamilton is quite familiar with. 9 appearances to date. 6 times he's reached the final.
162. Adam, you reckon 164.
Well, that 162 has forced Paxton to take out this 164, and he's not up to the task.
93.
Been a really good performance this from the hammer.
Required 32.
Who's ran red hot. And has sent Pac-Man packing. Andy Hamilton gets the better of Adam Paxton by 4 legs to 2. An excellent performance, the finishing superb. The last 2 legs were won in 25 darts. A 12 darter followed by a 13 darter there. The 102 put him 3-2 to the good. He then reeled off the last. Hamilton a 4-0 winner. Next up, Van Dijk O'Shea. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Andy Hamilton put in the performance of the day so far, averaging 95.8, 4 out of 5 on his doubles in a 4-2 win against Adam Paxton. So for the pair, 1 win and 1 defeat each. Our fifth match sees Bram Van Dijk and John O'Shea go toe-to-toe. Both players won their opening encounters of the day. O'Shea getting the better of Hamilton by 4 legs to 2, whilst Bram Van Dijk, he got the better of Bradley Roes in a last leg decider. So the question is, who's going to go 2 from 2, Matthew Edgar?
Well, the odds compilers think it's going to be John O'Shea, but Bram's certainly showing enough signs in the opener to worry backers. And I think John O'Shea is the sort of player that worries his friends and family, who probably will live and breathe every single dart with him. They'll see him race into leads and then just
58.
Take the foot off the gas and do everything the hard way. Can often be harder for the friends and family
85.
watching along at home, because they're not in control of the situation. They'll probably just be hoping that O'Shea can do something the easy way, but nothing going to be easy about this game against Bram. Leads 170 after 9.
60. Bram,
Potentially on for the 315-6. Missed the bullseye for it earlier on today. He's not going to get another poke at it here.
60.
Real nice pace about this game as well in the early going. I think this is going to suit both players.
100.
Might give us a more consistent, higher performance from the pair.
70.
Well,
Johnny requires 76.
I can't be a supporter of that option.
O'Shea of a dart at tops.
Game
Only
shot
needs the
the
one
first
dart
leg.
at tops to move
John
1-0 to
O'Shea.
the good, and his doubling in that game against Andy Hamilton was
Second leg is
absolutely
John to throw
exceptional.
first.
He was 4
Game.
from 8 on the outer ring, 50%, including that 145 checkout. And he's got off first time here to break the throw of Bram Van Dijk.
57.
Decision making from Bram there, a little bit questionable, opting to use the smallest target on the board. Especially when it didn't look like a bad lie on the treble 20.
134.
You don't want to give John O'Shea too many opportunities, a player with pedigree.
180.
But the 180 columns are filling up quickly. That is the third maximum of this game, and we're only in leg number 2.
When that first dart sits right for Bram, you're almost expectant of a maximum to follow. He is your quintessential FDM, first dart merchant.
79.
However, he's only in front of the 180 of a 79, and so O'Shea, who broke in leg 1, has got an opportunity to
122.
really extend his lead here. He's left himself on a 2-darter after 12 to open up a 2-love lead. And Van Dijk, who the best part of his game
122.
against Bradley Roes was his setup play, has again found another 2 treble turn in the setup turn. But it's rendered
Game
irrelevant
shot
as
the
O'Shea
second
finds
leg.
double 14,
John
4-14
O'Shea.
darter, 2-0 leads.
Delegates Bram to throw first. Game on.
A replica of the opening game, really, isn't it? When he had a 4-2
58.
success over Andy Hamilton, came out the traps, raced into a 2-0 lead, playing well. This
96.
will be the part where his friends and family at home will be like, keep it going, John. Keep up the levels.
93.
And it is very much a team thing when it comes to
140.
John O'Shea.
$55.
Could see the emotion when he picked up that World Masters title at the Circus Tavern at the latter ends of 2019.
105.
Beat Scott Waits in the final. who
58.
was a very, very well
Johnny
established
McQuarrie,
name within the
106.
BDO system. Picking up a couple of titles at Lakeside, and of course that
100.
Grand Slam title where he had that big iconic win against James Wade.
134. Johnny McQuarrie, 60.
Well, this for the double break. And a 3-0 lead. Hasn't missed a dart at a double up until that point.
Game shot on the third.
But his
leg.
visit perfect.
John
O'Shea leads 3-0. He has the double break against Bram van
Fourth
Dijk,
leg is John
averaging
Sutro first.
102.48.
Game on.
And has done so in the space of 4 minutes and 43 seconds. I don't think he's going to break the record in terms of quickest game ever.
140.
However, he could well be dusting up this Dutchman in next to no time at all.
46.
You can see from the numbers, it's not that Bram's done much wrong. In fact, he's raised his game from that of which he picked up a victory in the opening game
55.
against Bradley Roes when he was 2-0 down and ended up winning 4 legs to 3. It's just been that John O'Shea just showing us that touch of
58.
quality. Showing us why he was a PDC tour card holder. Showing us why he qualified for the Alexandra Palace.
136.
And why many people think not only is he going to win this week, but he's going to go on to
43.
regain
Johnny
that tour card
McQuarrie,
when Q School comes
170.
around in January.
Perfect first start. And able to follow it with the second. But he's left
134.
himself on a double after 12. And this has been a superb display.
It's been a beating, hasn't it?
134.
This to bring the
Johnny
curtain
McQuarrie,
down.
36.
Double 18. Across for double 9.
27.
Inside it goes.
$60. John, you require 9.
For the match. Double 4. To round off what has been a superb display. It's just
John
under the ton, the
O'Shea.
average for John O'Shea. He gets the better of Bram van Dijk by 4-0, but he has sent out a statement to the field. The Joker, 2 wins from 2 and 2 really good performances to boot. As to Bram van Dijk, he didn't do much wrong in that contest, but John O'Shea was just too good. Coming up after the break, Carl Sneyd against Bradley Roes. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we head straight back into the action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, John O'Shea with the performance of the day, the performance of the week so far. A 4-0 win against Bram van Dijk with an average of 98.5. 4 from 8 on the doubles. 2 wins from 2 for the Irishman thus far. And next up, 2 players who lost in the opening round of matches, looking to get their first wins on the board, as Carl Sneyd and Bradley Roes go toe-to-toe. Carl lost out 4-1 to Adam Paxton, whilst for Bradley, he lost in a last leg decide against Bram van Dijk, despite leading by 2 legs to 0. A win of the utmost importance for one, but who, for you, Matt, showed the more encouraging signs in their defeat?
100.
I think both had signs of encouragement, but Carl certainly had more signs of composure. For Bradley, it was composed, it was clinical, it was everything you'd want it to be when things was going well. But the response to negativity was that of a negative response, which ultimately breeds further negativity.
60.
I just wonder as well for Carl, his previous appearances here have all been in Group C scenarios, and so sometimes you can get kind of lost, can't you, a little bit, because you've got so many games, so many players, 25 matches in a day. The fact that he's playing in a Group A setting, does that give him an opportunity to really showcase his talent, showcase his potential?
93.
It can do. It's an opportunity, but opportunities can go one of 2 ways. And which way it goes today, we'll find out very shortly. We've seen a bit of everything already. It all depends now which road he decides to go down.
123.
Well, Carl effectively halves the score. First to a finish in this opening leg.
56. Oh, you require 125.
Doesn't have to chase the bullseye if he doesn't want to, which is why he stays upstairs. The fattest of 20s, however, those first 2 darts are very awkward. Something could
85.
catch, which is why he went all the way across to the right-hand side. He's left himself on tops eventually to take out this opening leg.
57. Oh, you require 40. Game shot in the first leg. Carl Sneyd.
Takes the opening leg. Carl Sneyd on his 4th appearance here at the Super Series, looking to make it through the finals night for the very first time, though, yet to be there. Bradley Roes achieving that feat on 4 occasions,
100.
of which he's picked up 1 weekly title.
Bradley's got the look of a man who's just won the lottery, but realised that he's won the lottery, but his banking details were the wrong bank account, so can't cash it in.
There really is not much difference between the two, though, when we look at all-time career stats here at the Super Series. Carl Sneyd, across his 3 appearances here, averaging 83.81 against Bradley's 84 straight.
60.
So 0.19 between the two when we take in all their collective data.
It's interesting as well when you look at the 12-month stats to compare and contrast it to what we see here. And actually, for the last 12 months, admittedly, Bradley has played more darts, and so as a consequence, the numbers can go down. But Carl has the better numbers than Bradley. Averaging 84.2 compared to the 83.01. The doubling, there literally is nothing to separate them. He's one of 3 players, these two, to be 34% on the doubles for the last 12 months.
Well, what that tells us as well in regards to looking at the numbers in a little bit more information, if we take it in blocks of 3 darts, it means they're both towards the back end of 6 visits. So the advantage of throw here could be telling.
Tops.
42.
Pitches above the wire.
Require 120.
And I wonder whether Carl Sneyd will do what Andy Hamilton did in the last leg if he goes low with dart 1 and go bull. We'll find out. Decided to persevere. And so Bradley's going to get 3 more to level this contest
Bradley,
up.
you require 40.
Down for double 10.
Game
In the
shot
double
second
10.
leg.
And Bradley
wins.
levels us up. 1-1.
Third against Cole.
And if the assessment of the data is correct,
Game on.
we said the throw may be important and maybe case in point improving in the opening couple of legs, both going with throw. Going with throw without the other player having an opportunity.
$41.
Busy weekend in the darting landscape, not just here, but Bridlington. We saw the British Classic, which was won by Connor Scott in the men, beat Josh Clough. Good referee in his right.
60.
Very good player in his own right as well by 5 legs to 2. Bo Greaves won the Women's Classic, beating Vicky Pruin by 5 legs to 2, whilst in the Men's British Open, Carl Wilkinson, player we've seen here on a few
100.
occasions, beat a former champion here in Jim McEwen by 5 legs to 2, whilst Bo Greaves beat Lisa Ashton 5-0, 95 average
100.
in the final.
Cole, you require 121.
Sneyd looking at 1-2-1 to put himself 2-1 in front. Goes to the ball with dart 1.
81.
That pattern of play appears to be continuing here. Player who throws first. Looks like going to hold throw without any sort of reply.
140.
Any sort of opportunity for the breaker throw.
You require 40.
Bradley pretty much halves his score.
Should be a decent guide, but cannot use it. Double 10.
Game
Sneyd goes 2-1 up, and that pattern of players holding throw without giving their opponents an opportunity continues.
Fourth against Bradley to throw first. Game on. $85. $83. $100. $60.
Game 6 of our session, the final match from the second round of fixtures on this Monday morning.
60.
Both players looking for their first win of the day, having lost in round 1. And at the moment, the player to beat is John O'Shea, having won each of his opening 2 fixtures. And dropping just a couple of
100.
legs in doing so. Going a 98.5 average and a 4-0 win against Bram van Dijk, who came back from behind to beat this man in your picture here, Bradley Roes, who's not having a good
121.
morning of it, but he's got an opportunity to level this game up at 2-2 if he could take out the 135.
121. Bradley require 135. $55. Carly require 137.
Sneyd unable to
57.
take out the
Bradley
137, so
required 80.
Bradley will come back for 80 to square this contest up at 2-2, and he'll see his opponent on the same finish as well. And we know that Bradley's been glancing over at the scoreboard a fair few times. He glances over to see that dart in tops, which may actually help him because he's got an open bed to aim at on double 10, which
shot
he
on the
finds.
fourth leg.
And this game is all
Bradley
level at
wins.
2-2, and the player who's thrown second hasn't had to dart at a
Fifth leg, it's
double
Cole to
in
throw
any of
first.
the legs so
Game
far.
on.
Well, it's what the data suggested, and the game doesn't always play on paper, but it's playing through on the board at the moment.
96.
Beautiful first start.
140
turn there for Bradley. And again, another indicative look as to how the 90-plus
38.
scores are so important, because effectively they're the same as a ton in the fact that they are run treble turns. 8 compared to 7 in Carl Sneyd's favour.
82.
Well, perhaps ironically, all 6 of the
57.
130-plus scores are all 140s.
Well, all that shows us is confirmation of the narrative we are spinning here, that this is a
90.
game that will go either way and is finally in the balance.
We're now 8-8, 3-3 in those columns. And 2-2 in terms of the scoreline,
100.
but Bradley here is threatening to break your phone. Remember, the player phone second in this match hasn't had a dart at a double to break their opponents.
135.
But that trend should continue here. Or should end, shall I say, here. But Bradley's going to have to take out the 54 because Carl Sneyd's hit that.
Bradley,
What he hopes isn't a dead cat max, but a maximum in terms of scoreboard pressure. Just to make Bradley think a little bit as he goes for tots of the break. But he's unable to find with either of the 2 darts he had at that particular target. He's had a couple of break chances. Can Carl Sneyd step in to save throw and to put in 3-2 in front?
Carl Sneyd.
Last start in hand as well. That'll be more painful for Bradley. You can see very fidgety, very agitated at the back of the stage. And Carl would have just caught that in his peripheral vision. He just saw what that did to Bradley and the reaction he was getting, and certainly the one that's in front of him right now. Lots of tells of stress once again for Bradley.
60. $96. 140. 100.
Only a ton means that Carl can take the initiative in this 6th leg with a decent visit and put himself in a very good position to pick the points up, his first
60.
points up of the day. And Bradley Roes, who I think a few people has a bit of an outside fancy to win this Group A, may well find himself on the cusp of 2 defeats from 2 if he's not careful. But has responded well with that
138.
visit, leaves himself on 1-2-4 after 12.
I think the key word you said there is responded, because that is something that if there was a
60.
weakness in Bradley Rose's
Ready,
game, it
require
is
124.
not finding those responses. Something where he's sort of still maturing
60.
into that. Being able to produce his best, which we know he's got. He's got a very, very high ceiling, but being able to do it on demand.
Well, the demand here is to take
100.
out the 64 because Sneyd has left himself on a
Ready,
2-darter
require
as well.
64.
Bradley's already been involved in one game today that has gone the distance. He's hoping to be involved in another.
I like this, though, from Bradley. Addressing the board, addressing the hockey. Looking at the
48.
target rather than the scoreboard. Although now he may have a look at it and he might not like what he sees, because
you
Carl
require
has an
81.
opportunity here to win the game.
Looks a desolate figure, doesn't he, the Dutchman? But he heads straight back to the table after Carl
41.
Sneyd botched a big dart, which
Bradley
would have given him a go at the
requires
bullseye to have won the game. And so Bradley's going to get 3 more in his hand, a double 8, to take us all the way again. But he cannot find.
Score.
The frustration boils over.
Oh, you require 40.
And the bomber comes back for tops to seal his first win in this Group A and to condemn the Dutchman to 2 defeats from 2. Double 10. Does
20.
not go. And so Bradley
Bradley
gets
require
another chance to square this match up.
16. Game shot on the 6th leg.
So much
Bradley
tension
Roes.
down there at the moment on the stage. Bradley Roes gets it last start in
7th
hand.
and
That's
final
not going
against
to
Paul
ease any of the
Zafrova.
stress down there as we go
Game
to a
on.
last leg shootout. But as expected, every single leg has gone with the darts. If that continues,
97.
Carl's going to be getting 2 points on the board. But I'm sure Bradley's going to want to stake a big claim.
Big last dart there.
140.
2 treble turn gives him a slender lead.
Bradley was in this same situation in his opening game. Last leg shootout. He
41.
had the throw on that occasion, but lost the leg. Lost the game to Bram. With a touch of class, a touch of
140.
quality here. Took the advantage away from Carl. Even a 2 treble visit, he's still behind the throw.
134.
He needs mistakes here from Bradley. If Carl is to get opportunities first.
Well, the only saving grace for Sneyd is the fact that Bradley has missed 10 darts at a double in this
25.
match, although a large chunk of which came in the previous leg. And that bounce out there means he's not on a finish altogether. And so suddenly the ascendancy swings in Sneyd's favour. And boy, has it swung in his favour. 2 treble turn at the perfect time to leave himself on a 2-darter.
I was watching Bradley at the back of the stage. The head was down and he was just nodding after those first 2 went in. It's like the weight of the world is on his shoulders right now and he's almost expecting or waiting for the moment it goes wrong. And
60.
may have been the one.
Oh, you require 96.
Arms to the side. A disappointed figure. But he's got one opportunity to save this game, to keep it in his
56.
hands. But he has
Bradley
to be
require
perfect.
136.
All or nothing time. Kitchen sink time. But Bradley unable to muster the goods, and so Sneyd will come back for
100.
tops. He does the next best
Oh, you
task of
require
leaving
40.
himself on a double, just in case. But there's no mistake from
Game
Carl
shot and
Sneyd
the
as he
match.
gets over the line
Carl
and seals his
Sneyd.
first win. He made harder work of it than perhaps he should have. As for Bradley Roes, it's a second defeat from 2 for him. Sneyd gets over the line by 4 legs to 3, and round 3 starts with Hamilton against Van Dijk. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 2 rounds of fixtures on this Monday morning. This is what we've seen before the break. Our Sneyd got the Bradley Roes by 4 later. In fact, there's been back-to-back 4-3 defeats for the Dutch. The only player to won both of his games thus far is John O'Shea. He's been the standout so far. A 4-2 win against Andy Hamilton and a 4-0 win against Bram van Dijk sees him top of the table after a couple of rounds of matches. 4 points to his name. He's dropped just a couple of legs as well. Paxton and Hamilton alongside Sneyd and Van Dijk are all on 2. Bradley Roes the only player yet to get off the mark. Well, our next game sees Hamilton and Van Dijk go toe-to-toe. The winner will move on to 4 points in the group. And last time out, a really impressive performance from the Hammer. A couple of maximums average, just under 96. 4 from 5 on the doubles as well. In a 4-2 win against Adam Paxton. His bullseye hitting was absolutely superb in that match. And may well be brewing up to something here against Van Dijk, who didn't really do much wrong. Well, the only thing he did wrong was just step on the stage against John O'Shea when John was doing magical things. He's already got that win to his name against Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 3. But who's going to kickstart round 3 with a victory? If Andy carries on in the vein that he did against Adam Paxton, he's going to be very hard to beat for anybody for the rest of the day.
Game on.
Oh, absolutely. That was a very, very solid performance. But this is a game we've seen on the Super Series stage on a couple of occasions before. When Bram was with us last time, he was actually in a group with the Hammer. 2 head-to-head clashes, both gone the way of Andy Hamilton. And if, like me, you like a little pattern of play, the score on both occasions was 4-2 in favour of Andy Hamilton.
Yeah, it was a strange week for the Hammer because he played at Q School and then qualified for the second stage of it, but didn't play in the second stage to fulfill his commitments here at the Super Series, and then made it through to the final. One of 6 appearances that he's made at finals night from 9 visits here at the Live Lounge. This is visit number 10 for the Hammer, and he joins a illustrious list of names to have made it 2 double digits in terms of appearances here. The other players on 10, well, I'll tell you what, they're not bad. Paul Hogan, Colin Osborne, Jared Cole and Mike Warburton alongside the Hammer.
96.
And Lee Cox will actually join Robert Thornton on 13 appearances here at the Super Series when he plays in Group B of Thursday and Friday night.
65. $58. And you require 160.
160 for Hamilton. And 6 darts from here to take out the opening leg. Another one of them. Again, another diverted dart across
82.
into that 1 bed, this time in the treble.
$100. And he requires 78.
So 78 for Hamilton here to take the early lead, to take the early running. 2 in his hand at double 12.
Game
Only
shot
needs
on
the
first
1.
leg. Andy Hamilton.
Looking in a very good nick so far this morning is the Hammer. 1-0 to the good here on the back of a very good performance last time out against Adam Paxton.
83. $81. $140.
It was really interesting listening to Andy Hamilton at the start of the day, wasn't it, when he had a bit of an interview with yourself, Henry, and he was saying that he's very busy with darts, but his mind's in a very good place. It's something we've heard quite a lot recently, isn't it? Those sort of stories. We've heard the same from the likes of
77.
Steve West, one of our most successful. I say one of the most successful because he was the most successful until Andreas Harrison picked up a 5th title this past week.
57.
And it's an interesting listen, really, isn't it? When you listen to some of the older players and they say, like, they're really happy with the game and where it is now. And when you think about the developments within the sport,
60.
should you have dropped off the tour before and you was in sort of the back end of your career, you sort of just faded away and was never really seen other than the exhibitions. Now
180.
you've got opportunities through WDF, ADC, World Seniors, and ultimately every single week when we are streaming here on the Super Series YouTube channel.
137.
And a happy space and a happy
required
place
41.
with the sport. But you may not be happy with the outcome of this leg. Because Van
Game
Dijk
shot
takes
the
out the
second
double
leg.
8 for
Bram
15
Van Dijk.
darts, and level we are 1 apiece.
Third, I get Andy to throw first. Game on.
Opportunities to play on stages. Opportunities for your supporters and fans who you've built up across the years. Chance so that they
96.
can still see you in action. And still a chance to play for serious prize money. Like the £25,000 that'll be an offer at the
85.
back end of 2024 here at the Super Series, where Darius Labanauskas and Andreas Harrison have already booked their place into Champions Week.
Scandinavia, very much the theme of Super Series 9 so far. But there won't be a
60.
Scandinavian winner this week, mainly because there's not a Scandinavian player in the field. And if you want to see a legend like Andy Hamilton in action, should he qualify, you may only be able to see him for £2.
180.
Just scan the QR code on your screen. That will send you through to dartshop.tv.
140.
£2 booking fee.
75.
Book all your Saturday nights. You can be sat in the arena, up close and personal. See who will be the 3rd player into Champions Week. And Champions Week and all other weeks are also available. You can book those up now.
58. Bram, you require 161.
Been a few really good Saturday nights down here recently. A very good standard and some incredible stories.
97. Andy, you require 147.
Andy Hamilton's throws under threat here. Certainly now he can't take out the 147.
57. Bram, you require 64.
Break opportunity.
44.
Now,
Andy,
earlier
you
in the day,
require
we've seen
90.
Andy Hamilton opt to not throw at the 20s. He went for the treble 18 rather than trying to guarantee that dart at the ball by staying straight. This occasion, plays the percentages. Gets a dart at the ball.
65.
Needs a few
Bram, you
more.
require 20. Game shot on the 3rd leg. Bram Van Dijk.
Andy Hamilton loses the advantage of throw there. Bram Van
Well,
Dijk
it's
has never
Bram
won
to
more
throw
than 2
first.
legs in a head-to-head
Game.
clash against Andy Hamilton. He's already hit that point here. So looking to go one better than when he did on his last appearance here
71.
at the Super Series against the Hammer.
$41. $140.
getting better and better as the day goes on. Bram van Dijk, certainly a lot better than what we saw last time he was here at the Super Series. He has shown
42.
some really encouraging signs over the last few months or so when we take a look at his results. Certainly those on the
96.
development tour. He's had a few big wins that you can really sort of look at and say, real statement performances. Beating former World Youth Champion Bradley Brooks, current PDC Tour card holders Owen Rolfs and Owen Bates,
140.
Victor Tingstrom. Players that have had success here at the Super Series. Really good judgments in regards to what we'd expect
70.
in regards to a level from Bram. And he's taking the game here to Andy Hamilton. Likely and expectant to put himself a leg away from the
58.
match.
Bram, you require 124.
124 for Bram to open up a 3-1 lead in this contest.
74.
Has left himself on a 2-darter to do exactly that. However, what's the Hamilton response going to look like?
76.
Well, it looked like it's going to be okay after dart 1, but then fell apart with
50.
darts 2 and 3. So Van Dijk with a couple of darts at double 16 to move 2 clear with 3 to play.
James on the fourth leg.
Does exactly that.
Bram
Moves
van Dijk.
into a 3-1 advantage. And on the cusp here of a second win
Fifth leg, it's Andy to
from
throw
his
first.
first 3 matches. And I think he'll be very
Game.
pleased with that tally, especially when you consider the caliber of opponents that he's had to play right from the get-go.
And the more we see from all the players, the more we see from this group, the more it looks at the
97.
moment that maybe the odds compilers have got this right in picking John O'Shea as the favourite. Because he's the only player at the moment who's showing consistency.
45.
And he's the only player that is showing that consistency of brilliance. Great finishing, great averages now. He's the man to stop. When you look at Bram being probably the second most consistent player, shall we say,
57.
as things go at the moment, he's already played John O'Shea and he was unable to register a leg. But he's bounced back really well here against the hammer.
57.
Quitting himself superbly well is Bram.
$140.
But Hamilton isn't going to give this up without a tangible fight. Of that, there's no doubt whatsoever.
85.
It looks like the young Dutchman is going to be forced to serve it out in the next.
81.
1-2-6 is what Hamilton wants to bring it back to 3-2.
81. And you require 126.
Bullseye. Doesn't have to go for it, but elected to.
79.
You can see from Andy Hamilton's approach today that he just does things how he feels in the moment. We've seen a couple of changes here, whether it's bullseye and he's setting it up. We saw the change with the 90 shot there, opting to go on the 20s where earlier he didn't. Plays in the moment.
Double 16 to bring it back to 3-2.
Games on the fifth leg.
And to force Bram
Andy
van Dijk
Hamilton.
to serve this match out. And you may learn a lot about this young man from Holland here.
Sixth leg, it's
See
Bram
how
to
he
throw
deals
first.
with this situation. The opportunity to beat a former World Championship finalist.
100. 43. $134.
Numbers this morning for Bram have been very, very good. Pretty much steady around that mid-80s range. 85.34 and that win against Roes. 86.37 here, averaging just over the 85 mark here. And they can be the hallmarks to a very successful week for players. We've seen players win weeks with running averages of around that. I'm not trying to get too ahead of the situation now, but just a comparison as to how Bram's playing and how successful he can be by playing to those numbers over a consistent basis.
23. Bram, you require 167.
And he's got all the time one could want to cross the finishing line here and to seal a 4-2 success. And he's left himself on a double after 12 to do exactly that.
$123. Bram, you require 28.
To seal the win, double 14 for Bram van Dijk. To get his second win from 3 matches, and he does it with a 14 darter, and he gets the better of Andy Hamilton by 4 legs to 2, and so he moves on to 4 points in the group. Adam Paxton and Bradley Roes, they go toe to toe after this short break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
$18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where that man in your picture, Bradley Roes, is looking to pick up his first win of the day. He takes on Adam Paxton in our 8th game, the middle match of the morning session. These two going toe-to-toe for the first time in this building. As far as Adam's Day is concerned, he got up and running with an impressive performance. 4-1 win against Carl Sneyd, and then lost out 4-2 to Andy Hamilton, missing 5 darts at a double in the contest. Up against Roes, who has taken his opponents all the way to a last leg decider, but has been unable to win them against Bram, Dijk and Carl Sneyd, respectively.
First
For Adam,
leg, it's
opportunity to
Adam
move
to
himself
throw
onto 4
first.
points alongside
Game
Mrs. Van Dijk and O'Shea, following Bram's 4-2 win against the Hammer before the break.
100.
I'm expecting to see a slightly better version in terms of finishing for Adam Paxton, because the scoring phase wasn't too bad in his game against the Hammer.
140.
No, he's played well, Adam Paxton. Not done too much wrong today. He just ran into what was a strong performance, didn't he, from
57.
Andy Hamilton, and will be looking to get straight back in the winners' enclosure here against Bradley, who's yet to pick up a victory so far today, but has just looked
42.
a little bit stressed, shall we say, at times. That's an ideal dart, that, for Paxton, just to put on top. No surprise there to see him find a couple of big trebles.
The underused art of stacking utilised to the extreme there by
134.
Adam. And he has got 6 darts from here to take out this opening leg on throw.
140.
He's going to leave himself on a 2-darter after 12. Bradley has kept close enough charge.
65. Adam, you required 64.
But may have just lost touch of the finishing line. 8-8. And now 4-4.
Game
In it
is on the
goes.
first
15
leg.
darter to
Adam
get
Paxton.
Pac-Man up and running.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on. $50.
When things aren't quite going right for you on a day, you really do start to notice those sort of shots where you get 2 darts right in the
60.
corner, right on the wire, and your reward is just 30 points.
$100.
And it's the overhead angle. And as you can see, both players' darts go in at completely different angles. For Bradley, that first dart would have been perfect. For Adam, it's a disaster. Had to go
96.
downstairs.
$99.
And the way the darts stick into the board, you couldn't possibly meet 2 more
59.
contrasting players.
$60.
That first dart there from
100.
Paxton is what we was talking about earlier on, where he's got to be aggressive in propelling the dart. He can't rely on a bit of rhythm. He can't rely on just
100.
being able to float the dart. He has to throw it. That is better, once again, from Paxton.
100. Bradley required 92.
A throw where every dart has to be thrown. He cannot get away with the odd slip here and there. Roes looking at 92, attacking the bullseye. And he's going to get a dart at double 16. And he's going to
Game shot
take
the
out the double
second leg.
16.
Bradley
And this
Roes.
game is back level at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on. $100.
Got to say, so far, this has been a real solid day's worth of darts. Just having a look at the numbers. Not had an average below 80 so far.
100.
Everything pretty much in decent enough range. A lot of 85s, a lot of 86s. It's really, really steady.
60. 45. $100. $40.
There's just that frustration again coming out of Bradley Roes.
$60.
There's one part of his game you'd say that he needs to work on. It's the reaction to negativity. Being quite cynical about this game. It's all about managing sort of negativity as such. Even 100 average, you've missed 66% of your targets.
97.
Bet you're fun at parties.
Yeah, I always get that one, but it's a part of the game we don't think of. You know, we always think of the hits, but 100, which
60.
most of us would be absolutely delighted with, is
84.
still only 33% success.
14 and bull. In it
Game
goes.
shot
Beautiful
the
from
third
Paxton.
Adam Paxton.
He's finishing back on cue, and he finds himself back in front at
We'll bring it to
2-1.
Bradley to throw first. Game on.
As for Bradley, there is a lot to ponder, a lot to think about.
42.
And you can just tell with the shoulders sagged like they are, there's a lot going through his mind right now.
81.
Somebody who, in darting terms, says the world at his feet, feels like he's got the world on his shoulders right now.
Now, I'm no lip reader and I'm certainly no
43.
translator, but I've got a feeling you were saying something about that's not the dart I wanted to throw. Adam Paxton will just be
100.
stood there thinking, thank you very much. He's witnessing in front of his eyes a bit of an implosion.
And it's something
100.
we've said in the past about Bradley, and it's something that just plays into the hands of the opponents.
Oh, I love playing against something like this. When you see a player
140.
that is literally getting on their own back every time, you know that your shots, when you hit, they're wearing them.
100. $100.
Paxton's left himself on 80 here to get the break of throw and open up a 3-1 lead. He'd then
60.
have the darts for the
And you
match.
require 80.
Roes can only leave himself a 156 after 15 on throw.
60.
He's able to get a go. He's going to get a go at it
Bradley
because
require
Paxton, with a couple of
156.
grazes of the wire, was unable to find the double 10. This would be a steal. Oh, this would be daylight robbery.
124. Adam, you require 20.
But Bradley unable to break the banks. But this is a break for
Game shot on the
Paxton. It's a double
foreplay.
10. It's a 3-1
Adam
lead.
Paxton.
And he now has the darts
There
to
gets
pick
Adam
up his
to
second
throw
win from
first.
3 and to
Game on.
leave Bradley languish at the bottom of the table. Time to wake up, Brad.
140.
It's all about Adam Paxton, this, isn't it? Bradley Roes is just restricted to big outs. He was able to take out the 92, nearly took out the 156. He gave it an almighty scare.
41.
But he's throwing his entire body into this. He'll probably feel something's not quite going right for him at the moment because he's probably even noticing that his darts
140.
aren't always landing in at the same angle. Sometimes flight to the left, sometimes flight to the right. And sometimes the frustration comes from the feel because you don't know how to put it right at the time.
140.
And you know something's going wrong, but you don't know where it's coming from. So ultimately, even when you start hitting, you don't get confidence from it because
91.
you feel like you're throwing the darts incorrectly, and that might be where he is at the minute. We can see him looking down at his hands, looking at the grip on the dart, trying to work out
96.
where this
Adam, you
little
require
flicker is coming
130.
from.
130 for the match. Doesn't have to attack the bullseye.
48.
Eventually leaves himself on 82 after 12 to cross the whitewash.
100. Adam, you require 82.
At times, the frustrations boiled over Bradley Roes, but it's been Pac-Man that's kept his cool, but he hasn't been able to pick the
Bradley,
points
you
up as
require
of yet as he
124.
grazes the top wire of tops. And Bradley's not going to get a dart at the bullseye to save this game either.
63. Adam,
And
you
so
require
Pac-Man will
40.
come back for his second win of the day. Double top is delivered, and Paxton gets the beating of Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 1. That's his second win of the day. As for Bradley Roes, well, it's 3 games played, 3 defeats for him. As for Paxton, he heads down the stage, 4-1 victor. Next up, it's John O'Shea and Carl Sneyd.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
Oh, he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg.
It's a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Adam Paxton got the better of Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 1, averaging just under 90 in that contest. 4 for 9 when it came to his finishing. And he finds himself with 2 wins following his first 3 matches. John O'Shea is the only player still preserving a 100% record so far in this Group A. If he gets the better of Carl Sneyd, it'll be a hat-trick of wins for the Irishman, who has been the standout player so far in this group. Couple of wins, a 4-2 win against Andy Hamilton, a 4-0 win against Bram van Dijk, and has popped in 2 of the 3 90-plus averages that we've seen today, including the highest of the day. Last time out against Bram, averaging 98.5, 50% on his doubles. He looks in very, very good mood. However, it has been a little while since we have seen him play.
Yeah, I think the
47.
World Masters title on his CV, though, I think that just shows us that he's not going to be too worried about these sort of situations. There's big gaps, big entry fields, long waits in that tournament, and he navigated his way
140.
all the way through to the title. So I don't suspect that breaks is something that's going to affect a player like John O'Shea too much.
180.
And early signs suggest that he's going to carry on where he left off.
Well, he was that good in that World Masters. He actually came through 2 draws.
140. $31.
But John, very proud of that honour that he picked up at the
82.
Circus Tavern in 2019. It quite worked out at the Indigo at the subsequent World Championships for him in the final incarnation of the BDO
100.
tournament.
Carl, you require 139.
Still think there's certain aspects, and he feels there's certain aspects of unfinished business, particularly on tour. As for Carl Sneyd, he may well finish off leg 1 here. Double 11 for the 139. Stupendous from Sneyd.
Carl Sneyd.
The bomber drops a huge finish to
Second leg
break
is
the
Carl
foe
to
of
throw
O'Shea,
first.
to lead
Game.
by a leg to 0. And it's only the 3rd leg that he's dropped so far today.
There's a nickname we've seen a few times in the world of darts, isn't it? The Bomber. Most recently used by Steve Brown, chairman of the JDC. Player we see here regularly at the Super Series.
140.
Well, it's usually got boxing connotations, doesn't it? The nickname Bomber.
There was somebody else who's used it, and I can't think who it was, so maybe I should have worked out before I started this bit.
I'll tell you what, let's get our friends in the YouTube chat room engaged and
97.
see whether they know who that said person is. See, Carl Frampton, that was the famous
33.
boxer that was nicknamed the Bomber. Or was it Tony Bellew? Tony Bellew, my apologies. Anyway, this Bomber is playing very, very well. Left himself on Shanghai after 12 to put himself on the cusp of a 2-0 lead. And John O'Shea, for all the good work in game 1 and 2, hasn't really got started in game 3 as of yet. And Sneyd looking at tops for a 2nd consecutive tub plus checkout and a 2-0 lead. But he does have time on his side.
$58. Carl, you
O'Shea
require
only able to
40.
leave himself on another free data, and so Sneyd back for tops. And gets the tops. And has a 2-0 lead in this contest.
Third against John to throw first.
Well, prior to this game, it had been such serene passage for John O'Shea today. But he's got work to do in this one.
58.
We mentioned how this could well be an opportunity for Carl Sneyd to really showcase the best of his abilities. Showed glimpses of it in that 4-3 win against Bradley Roes. And so far, he's averaging in excess of 103 in this game.
85.
I've been looking down a very good website with nicknames on, and it lets you know all the different nicknames of the players. Some great ones over time, and some really terrible ones. But I tell you what, Jeff Kimmy, I'm not happy with that one. He's called himself Primetime. He hasn't even got his own name right. Jeff is G-A-G-E-F-F.
180.
Unbelievable, Jeff.
That's Geoff. That's not Jeff. G-E-O-F-F. That's not Jeff.
59.
Change that Primetime Geoff.
$138.
The Joker's one that's shared quite often as well, isn't it, John O'Shea?
58. John, you require 40.
he's got plenty of time at this. He grazes the double 10. He's going to return.
Yeah, plenty of time here for the Joker.
100.
Completely outscoring his opponent here, giving him a bit of a luxury of time here at the back end of the leg.
Game shot on the third leg.
Gets his first leg on the board in this game. A man, like I say, shares his nickname. I remember John Ferrell was once the Joker.
Game.
Jose Justicia. Davy Prouston, also the Joker.
140.
I'm guessing that's because a lot of people like Batman movies.
Well,
100.
you actually owe Jeff Kimmey an apology, Matt, because you are not the original prime time. Jeff Kimmey has been called prime time since 2004. Now, you
43.
started your career in 2011. Jeff Kimmey played in the 2012 World Championship. You didn't play in your first World Championship until 2019.
But as you know, anyone can edit Wikipedia, and I reckon Geoff's been on there already and just changed it round a bit.
I'll be honest, he's 66 years of age. I don't think you know how to edit a Wikipedia page. Anyway, 96 here for Carl, who's on for a potential 11 dart leg here. Double 8.
80. $83. Carl, you require 16.
2 8s for 3-1.
Game shot on the
and a
fourth
13
leg.
dart of a Carl Sneyd. Well, I'll tell you one thing you will be happy to know is he was originally called Prime Time, and then he changed his name to Big Time.
Well, this is big time darts, isn't it, from Carl Sneyd? Really has stepped it up, running around about the 100 average. It all looked very good for John O'Shea in the early part of the day. We said, can anyone beat him today? Can anyone serve it up? And if they needed to do so, it was going to be with an improved performance. And
100.
this, from Carl, showing what a bit of confidence can do. Picked up that win in a last leg decider against Bradley Roes, 4 legs to 3. And now taking it up a level.
$119. $60.
Well, Sneyd taking the ascendancy in this fifth leg and on the cusp of a 4-1 win, and it pretty much means we're none the wiser. And pretty much, as you said at the beginning of the day, as far as where this table goes in terms of who dominates it, because if keep O'Shea on 4,
95.
Sneyd would be on 4 points with back-to-back wins. Bram van Dijk could be on 4 points, as would Adam Paxton. And so it'd only be Andy Hamilton with the solitary win, and Bradley Roes, who hasn't won anything today.
98.
That would be at the bottom of the table, detached from that top 4 on 4.
60.
And he's going to get
Carl,
at
you
least
require
6 to
124.
claim his second consecutive win, averaging just under 98 in this contest. And he's looking at the bullseye to win it in style. He would have bookended the game with ton plus checkouts if that went.
Didn't need to go that way. Could have just laid it up. And O'Shea's going to make him think.
Carl, you require 25.
Well, this has been a real strong showing for Carl Sneyd. And he rounds it off in style as he gets the better of John O'Shea by 4 legs to 1, an average of exactly 95. He deposes of the Joker by 4 legs to 1, and that rounds off the third cycle of matches on this Monday morning. Coming up after the break is Bram van Dijk up against Adam Paxton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 3 rounds of matches on this Monday morning. And before the break, we saw a superb performance from Carl Sneyd, averaging 95 and a 4-1 win against John O'Shea, inflicting the Joker to his first defeat. Elsewhere, Adam Paxton beat Bradley Roes by the same scoreline. Bram van Dijk got the better of Andy Hamilton by 4 legs to 2. And this is how the table looks as a result. Adam Paxton now at the summit by a solitary leg on legs difference. Him, O'Shea, Sneyd and Van Dijk all on 4 points. Andy Hamilton on 2. Bradley Roes the only player yet to pick up a point so far on this Monday. And it is 2 of those players that are on 4 that go toe-to-toe in our 10th game of the session. One of Adam Paxton and Bram van Dijk will move top of the table temporarily on 6 points, with John O'Shea, with Carl Sneyd and Andy Hamilton going toe-to-toe in the game after this, and then Bradley Roes and John O'Shea will round off this 4th round worth of fixtures here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Watching all the action today in the company of prime time, Matthew Edgar.
Game on.
And I have to say, first things first, how impressive has Bram van Dijk been?
96.
Oh, very much so. I was a little uncertain what to expect from him today. I looked at his previous performance here at the Super Series and it left a little bit to be desired, but then I look at the results on the development tour and I see some of the players that he's beating, and that tells you he's got game.
58.
And it was like, which version are we going to get here today? And I think the easiest thing to do in an assessment of Bram's performances and his year so far is to say it's on an upwards curve. Because those results have been quite recent, where he's been beating PDC tour card holders
100.
and a world champion in Bradley Brooks. Sometimes you just need to look for clues, don't you? To see what's in the locker, see what the player's capable of. And there was warning signs from Bram before getting here that he may be ready for getting through a group here at the Super Series, getting to a Saturday night.
Require 110.
Oh, and Bullseye to lead tops there.
141.
Which is quite interesting. You consider Darwin. Anyway, Paxton 141. Look at it, double 12. Oh,
Game
superb.
The
Pac-Man with another powerful finish. The 141 goes. He leads by a leg to 0, breaking Bram van Dijk in a leg where the Dutchman looked all but the winner in.
100. $59.
If Paxton goes max here, does it mean that we can just say it's a reverse 9 darter?
Well, it'd be 9 perfect darts,
6.
wouldn't it? It just wouldn't be a 9 dart leg. Which does lead to one of those debates, doesn't it? Because quite often you'll hear players say, I've hit a 9 darter in practice, but what they mean is I've hit 2 180s and then hit a 141. Because there's no start point or finish point, it's just a sequence.
60.
And you're only choosing to start that sequence probably after the first 2 180s. But that being said, we've seen it go one step further, haven't we, here on the Super Series stage? But when John Worsley hit back-to-back 180s and a 141 in his practice darts and celebrated it, it's the only time I've ever seen
57.
a player celebrate their practice darts on stage.
I don't know, do you see Glenn Dunham's bullseye challenge attempt?
99.
Paxton, after breaking in leg 1, thanks to that 141 finish, is very much on the cusp of making it 2-0 here, leaving himself on 84 to double the advantage.
97. Adam, you require 84.
Double 12. 2 6s. 2-0 Paxton.
The second leg. Adam Paxton.
And a really good performance up to press from Pac-Man.
Bram to throw first. Game on. $100.
I think for a player like Adam Paxton, who watches intensively here at the Super Series, he might be seeing opportunity here. When you look at the results and everyone sort of beating each other, he may be sensing that there's a chance here to get through to another final and maybe be 100%, not just in getting through to the finals, but in winning on occasions here on a standard week, because he has played our Champions Week, the last series. We're hoping to be back there once again, have another taste of the chase for the £25,000.
44.
First week of December, Champions Week. The final on Saturday, December the 7th. Be a bit like Christmas here before you know it. And that is our 400th 180 of the series.
45. Bram, you require 40.
And it's followed by a 13 darter for Bram Van Dijk. He takes out the tops, first time of asking to bring it back to 2-1.
Game on.
That's a serious amount of 180s to consider we're only at the start of week 3.
140. $134.
How long do we get to 501 maxis, Matt?
Well,
96.
judging by the pace of which they've been hit so far, it's going to be around Thursday evening.
46. 83.
Well, Paxton here staving off what was a mini revival from Bram Van Dijk.
100.
Has control of leg 4. It should put him into a 3-1 lead and then just one away from the victory post.
140.
Tom 40 leads himself on a single to double after 12.
180.
However, again, Bram with another perfect setup turn, forcing this double 16 to go.
10.
And there's a blemish, the mistake on the outer ring from Adam Paxton, which has allowed Bram Van Dijk this opportunity. Remember, he was 2-0 behind against Bradley Roes and managed to turn it around. And if he can find another double 8, which he does so beautifully, he will level things up here against Adam Paxton.
Fifth leg, it's Bram to throw first. Game on.
Shaking the head there for Paxton. He feels he gave him the opportunity. A couple of missed darts from him to
56.
hold on to his throat. The 180 telling. Level things back up here. Bram Van Dijk.
44.
And very rarely have we seen so far Adam Paxton show that frustration, but we're just seeing a little touch of it here.
97.
Of course, you could be here on a Saturday night. You could be here this Saturday night here at the Live Lounge. Scan that QR code. It takes you to a website, www.dartshop.tv, to ascertain your tickets. As Bram Van Dijk hits his third maximum, his sneaky third max of the match.
100.
At the website you need for your ticketing news, your ticketing information.
100.
And if you do want to pre-book in advance, Champions Night is on Saturday, December the 7th. However, Van Dijk here was 2-0 down in this contest against Adam Paxton. He's now 65 points away from going 3-2 up. And he pins the tops for 14 darter. What a response this has been from Bram Van Dijk. When the chips are down, he doesn't fold.
Sixth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
His response to adversity has to be very much commended.
I think he's been undersold actually a little bit today,
140.
Bram Van Dijk. That might be because he doesn't have a CV or a reputation like some of the players in this group. But when we look at the performances, the worst performance he's produced so far has been an 85. Everything's been above that, and this one significantly above, currently averaging 96.16. 12 points better than his opponent here, Adam Paxton.
99.
The only game he has lost was to John O'Shea, who was running at 100 for the majority of the game. This has been a significant step up from Bram.
99.
Well, Paxton provided the 1-4-1 to kickstart the contest, but hasn't really been able to give us any other firepower since.
33.
However, that slip has allowed Pac-Man 6 and 181. An unforced error from the Dutchman.
81.
Paxton just about makes pay, just about leads himself on a 2-darter. But again, how many times on the setup turn has Bram van Dijk found a 2-treble visit? Tops. Oh, magnificent. It's the second double-double we've seen in this match. And Adam Paxton will take us all the way with his second ton-plus finish of the match.
$140.
What a game. These two are throwing lumps at one another.
97.
It's a type of encounter that you wouldn't mind having over best of 7 sets, let alone best of 7 legs.
82. $58.
Is that the first blink from Paxton?
$62.
They reach a crucial moment in this last leg. Paxton's gone dry for the last 6 starts, the last couple of visits. And so it means Bram van Dijk looks to set up for a 4-3 win.
95.
Could have left it more handy than that. But realistically, only a maxi would have punished, and he's not going to leave himself on a finish altogether.
100.
And so Bram van Dijk has got 6 starts here from 1-2-2 to move on to 6 points in the group.
62.
The luxury of a setup play. We'll be expecting 2 match darts here, will Bram. Paxton will just be hoping.
56. Bram, you require 60.
Tops for the match and for a 3rd win of the day. And what an improvement we've seen from Bram van Dijk today in comparison to his first appearance here. An average of 94.33, and he really is settled on the stage. Cheers to you, Bram. A superb performance, a superb win, and not even 2 ton-plus checkouts could have helped Adam Paxton there. Coming up after the break, Carl Sneyd up against Andy Hamilton.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty! Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cook!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
Sixth max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Bram van Dijk got the better of Adam Paxton by 4 legs. So really good performance. 3 maximums, 94.33 average, and 4 from 5 on the doubles. Next up for us, we are going to see Carl Sneyd and Andy Hamilton go toe-to-toe. Hamilton only with a solitary win to his name so far today. Got hit by John O'Shea in match 1, beat Adam Paxton for 95 in game 2, and then averaged 15 points less in a 4-2 defeat to Bram van Dijk. As far as Carl Sneyd is concerned, he's picked up back-to-back wins and put in one of his best performances on the live lounge stage last time out in deposing of John O'Shea by 4 legs to 1, averaging 95, including that 139 checkout in there too.
First leg, it's Cole to throw first.
He's playing in his first Group A campaign at the live lounge and is showing why he is well acquitted to this particular format. And he has the darts here against the hammer in our 11th game of the morning session.
99.
For the hammer, it's a game of must need, must win.
Yeah, a long way to go in a Group A campaign. A 3-day group, the only 3-day group of the week. And only one place available. So essentially Monday's just all about staying in the race. Making sure you're not eliminated out of contention, which makes this lap of fixtures for Bradley Roes very, very important. He will go up against John O'Shea. Carl Sneyd now up against the hammer. And
57.
Bram van Dijk already picked up the victory over Adam Paxton.
$81.
Well, Carl was 13-2 to win the group at the beginning of the day, and I feel like no matter what he does in the last couple of games, those odds will just budge in a little bit. As for Andy, he's kind of doing exactly what he said in his pre-match interview this morning, that there's still a very high level in the locker, and at his best he can still play to a very high level, but
91.
It's that consistency which has been a bit of a nagging issue, and it just feels like it's hit him a little bit here today.
$75. Oh, you require 170.
And Sneyd, because of a slow start for the hammer, has got plenty of time here from the fish.
98.
We'll turn for 72 to take out the opening leg.
$58. Oh, you require 72. Game shot in the first leg. Carl Sneyd.
Carl Sneyd carrying on where he left off in game number 3 when he averaged 95.
Second leg, it's Andy to throw first.
And
Game.
what turned out to be a comfortable win over the man who hadn't been defeated to that point, John O'Shea. Andy Hamilton hasn't quite recovered from what was a good performance in game number 2. 95.80, 4 from 5 on the doubles. And then had a bit of a landslide since then.
43.
Lost his last game 4-2 to Bram van Dijk, who is picking up with every single game. The Hammer, very, very experienced in the Super Series arena and on the stage, and will know he needs a couple more points today if he's going to be still in contention. Can't win it on day
60.
1, but you can lose it.
And you get the sense Andy's the type of player that if he can't win Group A, then Group B would be of a massive advantage for him.
81.
Just utilise as little playing opportunity as possible. And of course, the connotation of 3 from 5 in terms of getting through to the finals.
137.
But so far, the story of this game has been the player on throw doing okay and the player against the darts being nowhere in legs. And so Hamilton doesn't have to attack this.
132.
He's going to leave himself on double 16 after 12 to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
55. Andy, you require 32.
2 16s. Double 8, but this is awkward because both of those darts stand up to attention. He's going to have to try and float it over the top.
24.
Which he was unable to do so. And suddenly, Sneyd is on the scene.
And you require 8.
Well, this leg has taken a completely different complexion, hasn't it? Just when Andy Hamilton had a sense of comfortability in this leg, he can feel Carl Sneyd sneaking up behind him. But he's not going to let him through as he pins the double 1. Last start in hand to level up at 1 apiece.
So like it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Fighting back the smile face there from Andy Hamilton coming back from the board, and that might be down to the 180 that Carl hit there to leave the 26, because that is a tactic that Andy Hamilton has played before, where you're at the back end of the leg, you don't leave your more preferred doubles, you just hit the 180 in order to get the lights going, get the noise, get the big shout, maybe try and cause the distraction. And I know that full well because he did it against me. He hit a 180 to leave 2. When I was sat on match darts.
Must have been a very poor performance from Andy then that day.
I was hoping you'd go in with, oh, did you hit the match start though, Matt? And I was like, yeah, I won 6-2.
Didn't hit 170 to win, otherwise you had a dartboard made after it.
180.
Anyway, Hamilton with his first maximum of the match, and he may well be turning this match around, because from 1-0 down and playing poorly, he may well begin to have the bomber by the rack.
92. $83.
But disappointed that following that first treble he was unable to make more of that visit. And so Sneyd 6 on 210 to re-establish his lead at 2-1.
140.
140 turn when he needed it the most.
86.
So this 70
Oh, you require
for a
70.
2-1 lead for the Lancashire man. Tops.
50.
Does not go,
And
and
you
it
require
presents
95.
Hamilton with the opportunity to break the throw. .92 left, treble 20 for double 16. Not to be, and so Sneyd will get
31.
free in his hand at double 10.
Carly require 20.
To put himself back in front at 2-1.
Game shot on the third leg.
Sneaks
Sneyd.
into the top corner. Sneyd 2-1 up.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first.
Well, the man from Lancashire hitting a hot spot right now. Hamilton needs a patch of a similar colour to his shirt
96.
right now. Is there
55.
sometimes a danger for a player like Andy in the respect that you can maybe burn your one good performance of the day too early, then you're still trying to chase that high thereafter?
Yeah, it's a tricky one
100.
because Andy will feel like he can play like that every single game, game in, game out. And you tend to find that when you have that game repeating it, you wonder where was it?
60.
Why aren't I playing to that same level? Am I doing something different? Which sends you down that rabbit hole of maybe I was just gripping the dart slightly different. Maybe I was stood somewhere slightly different. Especially those players that
48.
rely on feel.
$180.
That's Carl's second of the game. And puts himself in a position to break the Hamilton throw. And you sense if he does, he may well break the Hamilton spirit.
79.
Because it's felt like in this game, Hamilton's just been chipped away and chipped away and chipped away at. Has missed 5 darts at a double.
174.
And that may well be the deciding factor, because Sneyd has left himself on double 16 after 12 to move 3-1 to the good with the break in hand and then the darts to win the match thereafter.
31. Goal you require 32.
For full control.
$16. Andy, you require 147.
Needs a moment of magic. Needs something just to light the fuse a little bit. And the 147 isn't going to be the moment. And this could be the moment where the game does swing in the favour of Carl
84.
Sneyd.
Goal you require 60.
He's already had 3 opportunities to break the throw. He's going to get another 3 here. Double 4.
8.
And it began to look desperate as he searched for that
And he requires 63.
break-winning double.
Big chance that was. 6 darts. Carl Sneyd was in full control, averaging 95 at the time. 6 darts missed. And all of a sudden, Andy Hamilton coming in for a steal.
$31.
Carl Sneyd's heart
8.
would have been in his hands.
Game shot on the
But he
fourth
gets
leg.
the break.
Carl Sneyd.
He moves into a 3-1 lead. And he has the darts
Fifth
to
leg, it's
depose
Carl
of
to
the
throw first.
former World Championship runner-up.
Game.
A concerned look, and you can understand why. It looked after game 2 that things were going to go so well for Andy Hamilton. But since then,
57.
he has felt that forever sinking feeling.
35.
The scoring power pack. 171, just giving Carl an extra opportunity at the doubles, which he needed eventually
83.
to get over the line in leg 4.
It gets us to differentiate now the difference between a 140 plus like we've seen in the past and what now is a maximum visit, those 3 big power scoring trebles. Really impressed with the scoring power of Carl Sneyd today.
100.
Someone who hasn't found the Super Series an overly successful hunting ground, certainly in regards to reaching finals night, which he's been unable to do on his 3 appearances so far.
140.
Win percentage rate just under the 1 in 2, 46.51.
69.
It's fair to say that the story of Carl Sneyd at the Super Series has been a player that's very competitive, but a player that's been unable to then take that next step forward. And that's why I just wonder whether playing the full week will benefit him in that aspect and that respect. He's been more than competitive here. He needs 3-1, although he could have that break that he accrued in the last leg stolen back straight away. Has to find a treble here to leave a 2 darts, but unable to do so. And so Hamilton 1-3-2 to break back and to return this match to throw. There's the first. Then he went double 16 for the ball.
Call you require
133.
Andy.
Little bit sneaky, a little bit naughty.
59.
Now on
Andy
60, Andy does tend to go low on the single 20. It's been something he's done for so many years in his career. So much so that he's hit the single 1.
That's the danger, isn't it? It's the smallest part of the 20. Yes, it keeps the dart out the way, which he's managed to do. But it is a risky tactic. I suppose he feels if he's going to miss, it's going to be a pull and doesn't want to pull into the treble 20.
And all's well but ends well. And Hamilton returns this game to throw, has the darts to take us all the way to a last leg decider. We are second in as many games.
96. $58. $77. $99.
Coming up after this, Bradley Roes and John O'Shea before the final round of fixtures sees Carl Sneyd take on Bram van Dijk. John O'Shea against Adam Paxton. And Andy Hamilton and Bradley Roes will round off the day's action.
180.
Hamilton here is closing in on Carl. And when Sneyd got the break, it looked like this game may well have been a bit of a full-gone conclusion, but credit goes where credit's due.
Andy
The Hammer
148.
sticking with the task and may well get this game back to parity in as little as 6 darts time.
When has he ever not? This is just typical Andy
56.
Hamilton. But the slight sort of lifeline here that Carl's going to have is the fact that he's got the advantage of throwing the last. He can kind of just dismiss what's happening here and focus his attention on another last leg shootout.
Well, you get the sense he's going to have to try and shut it off as quickly as possible. Hamilton looking to shut this leg off as quickly as possible. 2 double 18s.
70.
We've seen a fair few double finishes today, but that's not going to be the hat trick of them.
100. And you require 18.
2 9s for leg 7. May split this. Will split this. To the point where he's bust the score.
Carl, you require
And that's the second
86.
time in a set-up turn that Andy Hamilton has gone astray. And this time it could cost him dearly. The slip into the treble 10 burst the score. And now Carl Sneyd should have had a dart. And it would have been at double 7 for the match, but it's bounced back out the board.
34.
A let-off for
And
Andy
you
Hamilton.
require 18.
This time, straight at double 9. He decided to split it. 14 for double 2. Madhouse. This is madness. Madness,
No score.
man. And ironically, he
Oh,
found
you
the double
require
18 in
52.
the end. This to close the game out. Carl Sneyd probably did not think he was going to get an opportunity to win the match in this leg. 2 darts at tops to get the job done. Now 1 at double 10. Hamilton looks at the heavens, but he's now going to shake the hand of Carl Sneyd as he gets the better of the hammer by 4 legs to 2. Hamilton had numerous opportunities to take us all the way, but eventually it was Sneyd that snuck through in leg 6. A 4-2 win for him. Coming up after the break, Bradley Roes up against John O'Shea. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Carl Sneyd got the better of Andy Hamilton by 4 legs to 2. And so our final game from the 4th round of matches sees Bradley Roes and John O'Shea go toe-to-toe. And these two have had completely contrasting days so far. Bradley Roes is winless on Monday morning, whilst John O'Shea lost his winning record last time out in a defeat to Carl Sneyd by 4-1. Sneyd averaged 95 there. Beat Andy Hamilton by 4-2 and in a very good position as far as this group is concerned. So then, it's game 12 of our session. Matthew Edgar is alongside me in the commentary box. And for Bradley, a real test of his mental resilience.
$96.
And interestingly, a change of equipment, a change of setup as well.
Yeah, I did allude in the last game, didn't I, that there was something not quite with Bradley Roes. The throw, the angle of entry, flight right, then flight left.
100.
Just didn't have the control within the release and would no doubt looking for a way to fix it. We could see him looking at the equipment. We could see him looking at the dart in the hand. So I'm not surprised to see him make a little change, even if it's just something to change on the eye.
44.
I've known players in the past just change the colour of the flights, just so it looks and feels a little bit different.
140.
However, a different setup. And if he's not careful, the same outcome, because O'Shea is hot on his heels for a breaker throw in the opening
83.
leg. And he's going to get 6 or 203 to do exactly that.
45.
Unable to severely punish. And so Bradley, flipping the coin the other way around, will feel like he's got a similar situation. 6 on 178.
42.
But he unable to
158.
make anything tangible.
56. Bradley require 136.
So this 136 to kickstart the game perfectly. Not to be, and so O'Shea will return for the break chance at 102.
55. Johnny require 102.
He's going to get a dart at tops.
82.
Just drifts
Bradley
below, and so
require
Roes will
81.
be back. Looking at 81 to take out the opening leg. It's been a scrappy opener. But it's one that's won by the Dutchman as he pins the double 13 to lead 1-0.
I think what we are seeing here from Bradley, though, as well, is potentially a lack of confidence coming into the Super Series, because why does he even have an alternate set of darts with him? Is it because he's come here just not feeling quite right, feeling like he's looking for something, maybe hoping it would have happened when he got on the stage?
59.
Because you don't tend to bring multiple sets with you unless you're not feeling quite right, or you've got a mohawk.
100.
Yeah, I think even if Bradley tried, his gel looks like it's stuck so much on his hair, he wouldn't be able to change it into a mohawk if he tried.
60.
That definitely takes more than 5 minutes to sort out in the morning, doesn't it?
100.
Coming from the voice of experience, who's someone who takes less than 5 minutes to get ready. Hey, Henry.
There's not many strands of hair to look after these days, Matt.
$99. $60.
O'Shea looking at 144, and he's got 6 darts from here to square this contest up at one apiece. Minimum requirement, he's going to leave himself on a single to double.
88.
And 56 is what he's going to have a look at upon his return.
140. John, you require 56.
I think Bradley will just want to forget all about this leg.
36.
And John O'Shea needs another opportunity to go and win it.
It's been an odd day, hasn't it, for John O'Shea? Came in as the favourite, started like the favourite,
96.
asserted himself
John, you require
early,
20.
but just not been able to sustain that level of performance.
Game shot on the second leg. John O'Shea.
Could be quite a big game here for John O'Shea.
Third leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
One of his first couple of performances were glitzy earlier on today. It feels like possibly this one may be a bit more gutsy for him.
100. One hundred. One hundred. $100.
Don't forget, if you missed any of the action today and you want to watch it back, our highlights package will be available following the conclusion of today's play by subscribing to the Modus Super Series
140.
YouTube channel. Just to get the live action 6 days a week, but you get plenty of bonus content on top, highlights of every session. There's other interactive stuff for you.
$134.
An opportunity here for Bradley to move himself 2-1 in front. It's all gone with throws so far in this contest. But that
36.
particular statistic
Johnny require
may well swing the
167.
other way. A, if O'Shea finds the 167, and B, if he finds a tangible setup turn.
97. Bradley require 125.
Tops. Clips the
85.
wire.
Johnny
He's had a
require
chance to hold
70.
throw. O'Shea to break it. 2 in his hand, a 88.
Game shot in the third leg.
That
John O'Shea.
could sting Bradley Roes. O'Shea gets the breaker throw. He moves
Fourth
2-1
leg,
in
it's John
front.
to throw first. Game on.
It did sting him as well. I was watching Bradley as the viewers was watching the dart going in the double, and when it hit, it looked like he'd just been punched in the face. The head went with it. It'll be interesting to keep an eye on the
60.
body language and demeanour of Bradley, because I think we're learning a lot here today.
$93.
I said earlier, I was actually quite impressed with how Bradley was handling the situation, but I guess that was in a period of time when everything was going right for him.
140.
We're going to get to see if he can dig deep here this week.
How does he manage it better than in situations where things aren't
43.
quite going his way?
Well, the first thing he's got to do is stop looking at the scoreboard all the time. Because he's playing mini matches within the match. Every moment becomes a battle. Every moment becomes
134.
bigger. It's as if he's breaking the game down into almost shot by shot. Am I in front? Can I be ahead? He's
100.
looking again.
Bradley
thing that's
require
important
167.
is the round multicoloured dartboard in front of him.
$30.
And only scoring 30 there again has opened up the door for O'Shea. Bradley was in a position to break immediately back.
83.
And now he
Bradley
finds
require
himself
132.
potentially on the back foot. He gets first poke at the 137.
$57. John to require 100.
But now he hopes that O'Shea hasn't got a 1-2-4 in the locker. Treble 18 would have given a dart at the bull.
$92. Bradley require
And now this has to
80.
go. Because O'Shea is sat on a double for a 3-1 lead. And providing he stays straight, it's only one dart at tops. It's not even going to be that. He pitched it too high. Pitched it above the double. He's not even going to get a poke.
40. John, you require 32.
And this would compound things for Bradley if O'Shea took out the 32.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
And the Joker
John
duly
O'Shea.
obliges. He leads by 3 legs to 1.
5th flag, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
And when it rains, it pours for the man from Den Haag.
$134. $93.
He almost looks like he's
58.
ready for a new day, doesn't he, Bradley? Needs to get away, needs to regroup.
$140.
He still has
39.
one more game after this to fulfill. And that is the final game of the day against Andy Hamilton.
100.
Shea leaving himself with a bogey. So Bradley does have 6 from here to get one back. And just to pose the question of the Joker.
58.
But that's sort of been the problem for Bradley in this game. It's been too many trebleless visits that has been his undoing.
44. Bradley require 112.
Because it's 112 here, but it could so easily be far more makeable. But he may take it out anyway. Tops.
92.
Goes below, and for the second
John
leg in
require
succession, O'Shea is
124.
staring at 124. Is he going to get a crack this time? Yes, he is. The bullseye for the win.
84. Bradley require 20.
Well, he's left it handy, hasn't he? Should he get an opportunity?
Game shot on the 5th flag. Bradley Roes.
There is no opportunity, and even in success right now, it appears negative in
6th
the
flag, it's John to
demeanour
throw
of Bradley.
first. Game on.
John O'Shea has had a match start at the bullseye. He now has the darts for the match.
43.
And he kicks off 43. And this is how quickly a game in the Super Series format can spin on its head. Bradley looked sulkingly solemn at the end of the previous leg,
57.
but may well have a buoyancy back to life. But a trebleless turn there means that all is back even.
96. $59.
That could be the visit.
180.
That could be the visit that sees the game in John O'Shea's hands.
And what a beautifully, tightly compact treble there was from John O'Shea. Could have got
100.
another 20 in there. So much room. You'll be wondering where it's been. That was the reaction of the arms out to the
100.
side, but Bradley just shoulders slumped. There's nothing positive at the moment, nothing coming back.
Well, John O'Shea's
60.
made his move, and
John
Bradley's been
McGuire,
unable
82.
to follow him. And so the Joker has 6 from 82 to complete a 4-2 win.
62.
And he's now missed a second match dart, this time at tops, but he is going to come back. A 3 in his hand at double 10. He's got that particular insurance policy.
64. John require 20.
Bradley leads himself on a finish. But he's not going to get a look. John O'Shea seals a 4-2 win against Bradley Roes. It's his 3rd win in 4. He's back in the winners' enclosure following that little blip against Carl Sneyd in the middle of the session. That a performance that he'll just take and move into the last round of matches. Coming up after the break, Carl Sneyd and Bram van Dijk will kick off round 5.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's.
Definitely not him. It's definitely
he
not
thinks
him.
it's
Hold
him.
on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Double 7 now. Oh, and he's found it. Sean Nyland is knocked out. Darts for fun. The favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think
Is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we come.
Hold on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
One of the things he either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Joe!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, John O'Shea got the better of Bradley Roes by 4 legs to 2 and 1. It's been a tightly compacted Group A on this Monday morning. And as you can see, 3 players at the top on 6 points. John O'Shea, Carl Sneyd and Bram van Dijk. And then Paxton on 4. And Hamilton with just a solitary win. And Bradley Roes down the bottom of the table. He hasn't picked up a point so far today. And the bottom 2 will go toe-to-toe in the final match of the session. Carl Sneyd and Bram van Dijk go toe-to-toe here. There is a potential scenario where the top 4 players could all be prized on 6 points going into the second day's play. But for both players, I get the sense that whatever happens come the end of play today, they will be very, very satisfied with the way that they performed.
Well, we sit at the start of the day, we run through the fixtures, we have a chat about what we expect to see or what we think could happen. And I don't think either of us thought Game 13 of the day was going to be the shootout to see who tops the table. Both players have really stepped it up today.
It's Cole to throw first. Game on.
And one of them's got the opportunity to leave as the top dog.
The Modus Super Series is a place all about opportunity. And so far today, both of these players have grasped it with both hands. The improvement of Bram van Dijk from his first appearance to what we've seen today has been absolutely superb. And I think it serves a reminder that for players like Bram, we've got this very unique opportunity where we get to watch players evolve in front of our very eyes. The first time we saw Bram here, I think he'll think this is a fair assessment. Probably a little bit shy, a little bit different for him, and maybe didn't see the best of him in his first appearance. But what he has done is he's gone away, he's worked on his game,
100.
and we're seeing a much better player second time around, and it really is good to see. And it's one of the real uplifting things we get to see here. Is that we
83.
get to see people improve and become the best of themselves, and it's such a good thing to see.
You know, I think we've had players come here who have had experience on the biggest of stages, and it takes a little bit of time to format, unlike no other. Very, very unusual system where you've got this round robin
81.
stage, and it's just
141.
5 days of round robin for some.
$99. Bram, you require 97.
97 for the opening leg against the throw. Tops for 14 data. Double 10 will do
Game
for
shot on the
15, and
first
Van
leg.
Dijk has broken the
Bram
throw.
Van Dijk. Second leg, it's Bram to throw first. Game on.
And of course, we've reached that stage where this is the
44.
last players' games today, but their first match of tomorrow. So you have that turnaround, that switch in the fixtures. And so there's a possibility that
140.
come around, what, 10:30 tomorrow, Bram Van Dijk could be ahead of Carl Sneyd on points, but there could also be a
121.
potential 6-point swing in Carl's favour. He wins both matches.
I'm liking what I see from Bram. It's a controlled aggression. You see him at the back of the stage,
140.
trying to keep the motivation going, and it's such a consistent acceleration.
58.
That forward repelling of the dart, really, really good. Really good to see. And that's sort of like an evolution feel within his game. It was a little bit more deliberate last time.
96.
See there, just from that deep set position, just
58. Oh, you require
constant
125.
acceleration. That's a guy who's confident in the release.
Double 10 for the 125.
105.
And it would have joined the 139 in his ton plus catalogue for this Monday. But look out. Well, I was going to say look
121.
out because Bram's setting up
Oh,
almost
required
perfectly again.
20.
But that slip into the single one means a free data if there's a miss here from Carl. And now he's going
No
to have
score.
to waste a
Bram
dart.
with a
And not a
199.
guarantee he gets a dart at all. Great first dart. Double 18.
63.
Clips the wire,
Only
and so
required
Sneyd
20.
will return for double 10 to break back.
Game shot on the second
Okay, so
leg.
eventually level we
Carl
are, one
Sneyd.
apiece.
The leg it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
The bites of the flighter telling sign of some tension. Here without all, it's lunchtime.
97. $123. $100. $85. $96. $59.
Well, this third leg has hit a bit of a stalemate, but Sneyd still has control of it by virtue of having the darts. Bram Van Dijk quite literally
58.
limbering himself up in the background. Whatever he did worked.
140. Carly require
Left himself on
150.
94. So Van Dijk back for 94.
60. Bram, you require
This is one of the
94.
videos that you did last week, wasn't it? Finishes like this. Do you go for the 25 first or do you go attacking? Well, Van Dijk went for the 25 first and then completely missed the target.
34. Carly require 90.
Dart maths available on Modus Super Series social media accounts. The maths here very simple. It's the bullseye.
65. Bram, you require
Bram,
60.
who broke the throw, gave it back, could break it again.
50.
Oh man, Bram.
Carl, you require 25.
And that has given Sneyd the opportunity to take a 2-1
Gage
lead,
on
and
the
the double
third
take
leg.
goes.
Carl Sneyd.
There'll be a relief, I'm sure, inside.
Fourth leg, it's Bram to throw first. Game on.
For Bram Van Dijk, an opportunity which has come and
58.
gone.
Both players will feel like this is a real business game, a real opportunity.
134.
Not just to leave here topping the table, but to leave here in serious contention now and to change the conversation.
78.
Before a dart was thrown, it was about John O'Shea being the favourite. We're looking for rivals. You look at a player like Andy Hamilton, former runner-up of the World Championship. You look at a player
140.
Adam Paxton, who last time he was here won a week. You look at Bradley Roes, who's won a week. We wasn't quite sure what we was going to get from these two, but these are the
100.
two that are leading the way. So a big, big chance.
Opportunity knocks, but who can open that door?
91. $57. Carly require 136.
Well, 136 would add to the 139 in terms of Carl Sneyd's ton plus checkouts today, but it's not going to go on this particular
96.
occasion. But he is going to leave himself on tops after 12 to threaten the throw of the Dutchman and to move 3-1 to the good and then have the darts to complete a 4-1
100.
win to complete a
Carly
fourth win of the
require
day.
40.
Double 10. Can he clip at the other side? No, it's the answer. They
20.
both grazed the wire, but he
Bram,
couldn't
you
find a way
require
through.
108.
Double 16.
92.
Just felt like a rushed
Carly
final
require
dart there for
20.
Bram Van Dijk, and so Sneyd will return for double 10.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Carl
And he gets
Sneyd.
full control. And he's going to have
Fifth leg, it's Carl
three
to throw
opportunities to have a day
Game
with
on.
4 from 5 wins. 2 of them he's going to have the darts.
first. 100.
I'm sure if before a dart was thrown you said to Carl, you can have 4 wins today, pal. He'd have
6.
turned around, walked out the door and said thank you very much.
And he really does have that
100.
bit between his teeth now. Look at him. But the one thing that's been more pleasing than anything else about Bram Van Dijk today has been his demeanour. The way he's gone about his business. He's not let his head drop once. He may allow himself a little bit of a smirk as Carl Sneyd
180.
responds in maximum fashion to leave himself a 1-2-1 to win the match.
55. Carly require
He'll be happy enough with the
121.
performances. He may feel there's a couple of points left out there, but Carl Sneyd for the match for a 4th win of the day.
81.
He will return for tops again, which has been left after 12.
Good control from Carl Sneyd. And he could be in control of the group.
Carl, you require 40.
He may well have his destiny in his own hands. Double top
Game
for a 4-1 win.
and the match.
And as far as
Carl
starts go,
Sneyd.
4 wins out of 5 is exactly what the doctor ordered for Carl Sneyd. The man who's been plying his trade largely in Group C here at the Live Lounge in his first appearance in Group A has made light work of it. 4 wins from 5, a 4-1 win against Bram van Dijk. Coming up after the break, John O'Shea against Adam Paxton.
Fabulous start from the young man. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. We've seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet. In the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B. Group B contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the winner, the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Carl Sneyd rounded off a 4th win in 5, getting the better of Bram van Dijk by 4 legs to 1. And so we head into our final couple of games on this Monday morning, the opening day of Group A, the opening day of Week 3. And it sees John O'Shea and Adam Paxton go toe-to-toe, a battle of England and the Republic of Ireland in our penultimate match of the session. And in a similar circumstance to the previous one, if John O'Shea was to win, he would move on to 8 points in the group and it would leave Paxton on 4. Whilst if Adam can claim the points, then the pair will both be on 6 points going into the second day's worth of action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. John O'Shea kick-started the day superbly. Back-to-back wins with averages in excess of 90 in both. He then go on to lose 4-1 to Carl Sneyd before then recovering to get a 4-2 success against Bradley Roes. Meanwhile, for 60. Adam Paxton, when he beat Carl by 4 legs to 1, we were expecting Pac-Man to be the one that was going to break out from the pack. But then,
125.
in a bit of a rough patch in Game 2, losing 4-2 to Randy Hamilton. Then we thought, okay, here we go again. When he got the better of Bradley Roes 4-1, but in a 4-3 defeat to Bram van Dijk in Game 10 means that he'll have a 3-2 record one way or the other come the end of today's play.
140.
I think at the start of the day, this was the
58.
game that we probably eyed up as being one that was going to decide who finishes top of the table. We now know Carl Sneyd's top of the table, 8 points.
128.
John O'Shea, though, got the opportunity to join him there. If he can get the result over Adam Paxton.
100. Adam, you require 108.
But we need to see more like the John O'Shea we saw this morning rather than the John O'Shea we've seen this afternoon. That could be a little tricky. Yeah, no surprise there. For Adam
76.
Paxton,
John,
his darts do lay
148.
down. It would have just obscured the single a little bit and he'd have been panicking. Hold on a minute.
Game shot.
He may be panicking
first
now.
leg.
What
John
a finish that is
O'Shea.
from John O'Shea. And Paxton will probably feel even more
Second leg is
frustrated
Adam
now
to
at
throw
missing the big
first.
number.
Game on.
Well, the two biggest finishes today both belong to John O'Shea. The 145 in game one against Andy Hamilton, but the
97.
148 in his final game of the day here against Adam Paxton.
It was a big finish though, but it was
43.
only a holder throw. That was because the scoring stage there, just not good enough for John O'Shea and completely outscored by Paxton. If that continues, Paxton will get
51.
more opportunities.
If Adam was to
58.
win this game, you'd say 6 points is probably a fair reflection on his day, but if O'Shea stays on that mark, he'll feel like he's left at least a
97.
game out there at some point.
$41.
And if Paxton does win this game, then it will be Carl Sneyd that's guaranteed the lead at the top of the table overnight.
140.
As you mentioned, that scoring power is weighing heavily in Adam's favour. And he has got 6 of 116. I had a glance over at the scoreboard to see what John had left. What he has left is double
80.
18, which grazes the wire.
We'd be happy to see what John O'Shea's got left. Unable to land any sort of blow here.
57. Adam, you require 36.
To the point, that was a chase around the board.
18.
Well, one of the foundations that were laid upon Adam Paxton's success here last time was his double hitting. But it's been a little
95.
bit off kilter at
Adam, you
times
require
today.
80.
But it's actually been the scoring power that's allowed him to create more opportunities. But there are opportunities that he's spurning at an
14.
alarming rate.
John, you require
And he's already been hit
108.
by 1 ton plus checkout by John O'Shea in this game. Is history going to repeat itself?
And Paxton went this exact route a moment ago, missed the big 19. That's what
Game
Paxton
shot
was
the
trying to
second
do,
leg.
and now
John O'Shea.
you can ride one.
The
But
leg
having
is
a
John
blow
to throw
for the
first.
second time,
Game.
that one being a breaker throw, Paxton, plenty to ponder.
Well, Adam Paxton will feel like Anthony Joshua after being hit by a couple of big jabs by Daniel Dubois. And the big hitting continues for
120.
O'Shea. So accurate that the third one bounced out between the first two.
There's certainly no problem in this department, is there, for Paxton?
140.
Finding plenty of the big power reds. John O'Shea been given a bit of a
99.
reprieve here.
$85. $100. $58.
To get control.
$40.
That's 2 darts he's had on the floor in this leg. The chances have been there for Paxton. 6 darts at a double, unable to convert.
58. Johnny
Making a
require
mess of the 108 after
142.
finding the treble with the opener, and 2 darts on the floor on the John O'Shea throw. And he's just not able to cash in at the minute.
57. Adam, you require 160.
Well, Paxton needs to hit O'Shea where it hurts, but the 160 isn't going to go, and so the Joker will come back for 85 for a 3-0 lead. 2 at tops. Now double 10.
65.
Clips the wire.
Adam, you require 100.
And you sense that any realistic chances for Adam Paxton in this game relies on another tops.
80.
It's already happened once to him today,
20.
but he couldn't repeat the trick.
Game shot on the third.
And O'Shea steps in.
John O'Shea.
And moves 3 up. Paxton's missed 7 darts. Had a double in this game. O'Shea at 50%. And ultimately, that is the margin that is determining this match.
I mean, Paxton's had darts in every leg. That's the key thing here. He's had darts in every leg, but he has lost every leg. Now, if that continues, he could easily turn this game around. He could easily get himself back into contention. But what is the psychological damage at this point?
100. $140.
And another tumble just when it felt like Adam was going to get a bit of wriggle room in this leg.
140.
Tumfoy leads himself on 126. And perhaps for the first time in this building, we're actually seeing a bit of a dejected look on the face of Adam Paxton.
97.
Somebody is so good at keeping his emotions in check. But even for he is beginning to
94.
feel the hard hitting of John O'Shea. He has left himself on a double after 12. Boys are going to be under pressure.
I don't even think it's just the hard hitting of John O'Shea. It's the fact that Paxton will feel he's walked into them with his guard down. Finally gets a double at the 8th time of asking. Has the damage already been done though? John O'Shea will have the advantage of throw on 2 more occasions.
96.
Well, if you're talking with the glass half full, it was a 13 darter in the previous. And they do say you're only as good as your last leg. But it's the legs
80.
before which are having that sift over effect.
$30.
However, Adam Paxton is a fanboy of the Super Series. His own words, by the way.
60.
And so he will know better than anybody that Tuesday is moving day. And so anything is up for interpretation. And it may well be that logic that he may have to adopt when it comes to 9:30 on Tuesday morning.
60. $60. $140.
Paxton's left himself a 161, and suddenly there is a potential that this game could swing around.
94. Adam, you require 161.
161 would have been for a break, but this is for the match.
64.
And this is for 4 wins and 5 on the opening day.
Can't go from here. So Paxton knows he's coming back, knows he's going to get a chance to break, but it might be just the one opportunity. He needs to find a treble with the first 2 darts.
97.
He's going to get 2 at tops. Double 10. Does not go. Thumbs up.
You require 40.
But it'll be a case of thumbs down in a second because O'Shea looking to bring the curtain down. And now he's precariously close to the double 15. And he has to move across because that dart's standing up. That's awkward for him. But he saved his best dart for last. John O'Shea gets the better of Adam Paxton by 4 legs to 1. It seals a 4th win for 5 on the opening day for the Joker. Some impressive performances at the start. He had to work for 1 or 2 before the end, but John O'Shea will be very pleased with his day's work. On the other side of the coin, Adam Paxton Well, he's only picked up 4th on the day. He'll feel like there was more in the tank. But for O'Shea, a 4-1 win after the break, Hamilton and Roes.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man! Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're joined in the studio by Sneyd. Carl, many congratulations. 4 wins out of 5 on your opening day. You must be really pleased with how things went out there.
Yeah, it makes a difference from the first game. Very disappointed. Nothing seemed to start going in. There were no problem with the way they were throwing, but yeah, you just got to regroup in the back room and get on the practice board and come out fighting all guns blazing, which we kind of have done.
Once you got your first, you just feel like you're on a bit of a roll after that.
You kind of do, yeah, but you look in the back room and there's some talent in there and you think, where's your next victory going to come from? And you just got to keep throwing the way you've been throwing, and I have done. The doubles went in today, which always is a big help. It's the one you've got to do, but yeah, you just got to keep your head held high and push forward.
Different experience for yourself today in Group A. What's been the biggest differences in terms of the usual Group Cs that we tend to see you playing?
Possibly the early morning starts, travelling down the day before and getting yourself regrouped, getting here early doors, and you've got to get to know the boys. I mean, you're here for 3 days with them, these lads, and you've kind of got to make friends and stuff. It's a tight room in the back there. But yeah, you just got to get on with everybody and have a bit of fun. That's just got to do with that.
Good start, but I can imagine you're probably thinking it's only a start, and now it's just building upon that tomorrow and Wednesday.
That's it. It's just a start. There's 2 more days. We've just got to keep at it now. It's about going back to the hotel now, regrouping, and get a good night's sleep. That's about what I've got to do.
Is that the crucial thing now, making sure the intervening hours are doing the right things?
You've got to do, yeah. I think so. I mean, I did it the first time, and it's new surroundings. You don't know what to do. You play in different hours of the day, and it's just a learning curve. And I mean, I learned the first time, so I know what to do tonight. Get a good bit of food down me, and get a good night's sleep. Get up tomorrow fresh, and we'll have a go tomorrow.
Well, Carl, many congratulations. We'll let you get back and refresh ahead of tomorrow's action. One more game to go for us, though. It sees Andy Hamilton and Bradley Roes in action. And I'm going to join Matthew Edgar in the commentary box.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, it's really interesting to hear from Carl Sneyd there and his hopes for the week and how he thinks it's gone. It didn't go well for him in game number 1, and he said it was a regroup in order to put himself back on track for the rest of the campaign. Bradley Roes hoping to do the reverse of that of Carl Sneyd. His day hasn't gone well up until now, yet to pick up a win, but can he regroup and do the opposite by picking up a win at the end of the day and getting himself into play at the back end of the week and keeping himself in this Group A campaign? Andy Hamilton being a little bit in and out throughout the day, so Bradley may see this as an opportunity and a chance to get that first win.
Throw first. Game on.
The one thing that Bradley probably won't enjoy about this game, though, is certainly if it's not going well, is the very deliberate style and pace of Andy Hamilton. I don't expect there to be
40.
too much injection of speed here.
And Andy is an experienced player, so he will know the tells of Bradley, and he'll be able to as well react accordingly if there is any signs of that at any point from the Dutchman. Both players actually at the beginning of the day went off at the same price to go on and win the group. They're actually in the middle of that particular pack at 4-1 respectively, but there's a battle at the bottom too, but the hammer with the game's opening max.
57.
Incidentally, if you're wondering who else comes in later on this week in Group B, we're going to see David Wazutski, Lee Cox and
60.
Sean Hayward, whilst in Group C, Sean Hayward, somebody else. Jack Tweddle, Anthony Allen and James Hubbard. Good to see him
60.
back. He's going to be here in Group C later on this week.
We've had a lot of communications about James Hubbard. People looking forward to seeing him, see how he gets on. Was once one of the brightest young stars in the sport.
100.
Sort of faded away in recent times, but now has a platform here at the Super Series for which he can try and rediscover some form, or at least
40.
have a platform of which
Andy
he'll be
require
comfortable to try and
121.
find some more success.
And down 25 first on the 1-2-1, 96 left. But again, it's another one of those flyer darts. He
81.
recovers in the end to leave himself on tops, but it's been once or twice a day where Andy's been looking at that target, particularly when setting up, and he's gone astray.
180.
The irony, says
Require
Bradley.
40.
However, that maximum may be impactful because he's
20.
going to get a go at the 106 to
Ready,
break the throw of Hamilton in the
106.
opening leg. Triple 17 bull. Not to be. It's not being Bradley's
42.
day.
And he required 20.
And there's another chip away at his armoury for the Dutchman if this double 10 goes. But
80.
he's missed 5 darts at a double
Bradley
in this
required
leg.
64.
And Bradley, who was nowhere before that max, is going to get 2 in his hand at double 8 and now 1 at double 4 to nick
Shot
it.
on the first leg. Bradley
He
Roes.
puts his arms out to apologise. He knows that's a leg that he should
Second
never
leg
have
is
won.
Bradley to throw
He
first.
knows it's a leg he should never have won. The anger and the anguish is palpable to see on that stage.
$59.
It's not even been a steady decline, has it, for Andy Hamilton since he had that big game number 2? It's been quite a rapid decline, in fact. Dropped 15 points off his average from the 95, then he dropped another 7, and now dropped another 3. I don't think there's many more to drop.
180.
Bradley is sensing the opportunity, sensing the slight frailties at the moment in the hammer.
Just to reverse to about a leg ago when we spoke about what the story of this game could be, well, it's being played out in reverse right now. Where it's Bradley picking up upon the alarming signs of Andy Hamilton.
92.
Maybe just the case that a week might just be a bit long for Andy Hamilton with the amount of darts that are going to need to be played.
56. Bradley require 170.
The big fish and plenty of time. We'll never know the answer as to whether he would or whether he
82.
wouldn't.
$100.
Nothing Andy
Bradley
could do
require
here to
88.
affect the leg without Bradley Roes missing quite a few chances, and that's why he didn't even go through the full backswing and setup of his visit there.
48.
And even Hamilton on 260, Bradley's having a glance over at the scoreboard.
140. Bradley require 40.
But he's looking at tops, and you'll see that Hamilton's on a finish.
Game shot
But he's
the
not going to get a
second
look at
leg.
it.
Bradley Roes.
Bradley goes 2 up.
So look at Sandy to throw first. Game on.
See, that's the bit that I'm hoping when Bradley does reflect on this week and he watches some of this back, that might be something he looks at just altering, because he's in set position. He's addressed
23.
the ocky. The dart is already coming back, and he's still looking at the score, but not the dartboard. Just very, very aware of the situation. Probably a little
140.
too much. But when you address the ocky, you've got to be addressing the board.
$81.
And I think Bradley's one of those players that when we sit in this
82.
commentary box, we can probably be a little bit more harsher of than perhaps others, because we know the amount of talent that he's got, but we also know how much is left in the locker and how much he can still unlock if he can just maybe iron out certain creases.
96.
I wouldn't even say it's been harsh. I would say it's just saying what we see. And we can see again there, he's addressed the ocky, he's stood in position, and he's not even looking at the board. There's going to be times he addresses it and then looks up and realises he's not standing in the right place. Then what does he do? Does he just persist and continue throwing his darts, or does he have to step back and come forward again? We haven't seen that yet today, which makes you suggest he's
23.
probably not in the right place
Bradley
every time. He just
require
persists.
140.
Another. On left double 10.
120.
And double 10 is what he's going to leave in the end. Well, Bradley again glancing over at that scoreboard. Well, he'd be hoping the next time he sees it, he'll see it with him in a 3-0 lead.
Bradley require
He's got
20.
3, 6, possibly 9 in hand at double 10. It's a 13 dart breaker throw.
Bradley Roes.
That bit's very good. This performance is getting better. Average is just under 89.
Game on.
But if we didn't have the stats screen that we have in our commentary box up, you probably wouldn't think his average is anywhere near where it is now, or that he's 3 from 7, or he's just had a 13 darter. If you looked at it based on the way both players are acting on that stage.
I think even winning this game 4-0, Bradley's going to be disappointed
41.
to walk away with just 2 points. I don't think there is a sort of saving grace for him here today.
96.
But in reflection, he'd be happy should he have a good day tomorrow, because the 2 points now could be vital. We've seen it before where someone has a good second day or third day, but just
23.
picking up nothing on that opening day's cost them.
Bram. Picked up that solitary success in a Group C on the Thursday and then went on to qualify.
140.
Ditto in a Group A scenario. He won his last game on the Monday and then would run off 10 wins in a row to win it by 2 points, the whole of that group. That was thanks to a Lee Cox win. And we're going to watch Lee on Thursday.
46.
Back for another tilt at the Super Series title in Group B.
45.
Well, he's left himself on a finish and he's got plenty of time to look at it. For Andy, it's been a sad end to the day, really.
85.
There was a sign in the middle of the day that things really were moving in the right direction, but it's just ebbed away as the day's come to a close. And the day could close here. It could close in style. Tops for the match.
120.
And we nearly saw a smile.
$56. Bradley, you require
For the match
40.
and for a 4-0 win to round off his day.
Game shot.
Well, I don't think it'll do much to change the mood, but for Bradley Roes, win by 4-0 at least gives him some points to end the day with. There we go, a smile and a W. He can take that. That's Randy Hamilton, end to the day which he'll want to forget. But for Bradley Roes, a victory for him. Now, Modus Sports brings you some of the very best exhibitions in the business, featuring some of the best players in the world. And prior to Christmas, we have got some of the very best in action across the United Kingdom. And if you want to be a part of it and you want to watch one of our shows, take a look at this. Yeah, dartshot.tv is the website that you want, and there are events all across the UK in the build-up to Christmas. You can also get your tickets for the World Seniors as well on there. Matthew Edgar, though, has been watching a day of darts at the Super Series alongside myself in the commentary box. 15 games have come and gone, and as far as today is concerned, it's been all about Carl Sneyd. 4 wins from 5, a great performance.
It really was, and he wasn't someone you'd pick out at the start of the day and say, I'm expecting him to be up towards the top end of the table, especially where he started. And he alluded to that, didn't he, when you caught up with him earlier on, said he didn't go well, but he regrouped. And that's what's really impressive, being able to regroup. It's very, very important here at the Super Series. You're not going to have everything go your own way all the time. Certainly when you're playing 15 matches across 3 days, you're going to have ups and downs. So how do you get back on those highs? And he had the answer today.
Well, these are the results from the 15 games. You can always tell it's a tight day when the gold and the whites are in kind of different positions throughout the course of the day, and that's very much the case on day one. Bradley winning that last game there against Andy Hamilton by 4-0. But Carl Sneyd, as you say, the player of the day on day one, and he was alluding in his interview that this is only a start, that now it's about making sure I do the right things overnight, that I prepare myself the right way, and that it's not just a one-day spurt.
And this is where he's going to learn a lot about himself, because he hasn't played a Group A before, and he's not someone who's travelled the circuits as such and got that level of experience. So he's going to be trying to do the right things. He's probably going to listen to people around him. He'll probably have some great advice given to him as well. And it's how to find what works for you. And that's what he's going to do this week. He's not made it through to a finals night. So should he find the formula, there's an opportunity here now that he could get to a finals night for the very first time.
John O'Shea also winning 4 from 5 on the opening day, and his first 2 performances in particular stood out.
They did, and I tell you what, if you're a friend or family member of John O'Shea, he must put you through it, because he comes out in these real big bursts, and then you go, like, just do it for a little bit longer and we can have a nice easy ride. But I guess following him would be like a roller coaster, wouldn't it? 1 minute you're on top, then it's down. Lets people back into games maybe a bit too much at times, but he's the favourite to win the week. He's the favourite to win this group. I don't see anything from today, in certainly John O'Shea's game or anybody else, to suggest that he's not going to be the favourite still come tomorrow.
In terms of Adam Paxton, 4 points to his name. To a certain extent, has he been found guilty of the fact that because he won on debut in his first week here, that maybe the expectations have gone up and maybe he's still at the level that he was last time? And that's not a bad level either.
No, absolutely not. I do think the expectation is high on Adam Paxton this week. He's the second favourite to win the week, despite the fact this is only really his second proper campaign here at the Super Series. A lot of that will come down to the still unknown factor. We've only seen him once hand Champions Week, and of what we've seen of him has been good. So there's still more to turn with Adam Paxton, still more to see. Today we got to see what he was like with a bit of adversity, and at times maybe got a little bit frustrated. We didn't see that before. So it'll be really interesting to see what we see tomorrow from him. On reflection, he's still in there. He's still in with a great chance. He's picked up enough points to keep himself in the running. He has a good day tomorrow, be a different conversation.
Bram van Dijk really has been a revelation day. We've seen him before on the Super Series stage. Maybe didn't play to the best that we know of him when he played here in January, but today he looked like a player that's really matured in the 9 months since.
Matured, absolutely. Not just in regards to... It's easy to judge where the darts are landing and say, oh, that was good or that was bad, because it's literally statistical data, it's factual. But the maturity in regards to the way he handles himself on the stage, the way he handles himself on the oche, all these things, the way he moves around the oche, it just seems like he's got a good understanding of things. When he played a slower player, he was just walking a little bit wider, taking a slightly longer walk. These little things I notice are all part of that maturity that makes him a much better player.
Well, let's have a look at the table following the first day's play. And as you can see, John O'Shea and Carl Sneyd both on 8 points. Bram van Dijk on 6. Adam Paxton on 4. Bradley Roes and Andy Hamilton with 2 points apiece down at the bottom end of the table. Just quickly on both. First of all, Andy, when he won that game with the 95, we thought maybe he was going to be in business. Never quite happened for him. Whereas for Bradley, will he sleep a bit heavily tonight?
I think the analysis on both of those is very, very simple. It just wasn't good enough. It just wasn't good enough. And for 2 different reasons, in a way. Bradley got on his own back far too quick. And change darts. There's so many signs there that there wasn't any confidence there with Bradley today. Maybe now getting a win will help that out. Andy Hamilton just couldn't sustain the levels for whatever reason. It wasn't that he wasn't trying, he was battling all the way through. It just wasn't happening for Andy Hamilton today. Both those players could come here tomorrow and have much more improved days. They could win all their games tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, you're always good enough, Matt. Thank you so much for your company today. Thank you so much for your company as well. We'll be back tomorrow morning for 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how this Group A continues in the third week of Super Series 9. And we have got some big moments, big games, big names, and an Edgar Carrio to come. See you then. Bye-bye.
Well, I've got to ask you now, Nurse. As Edgar gives us the bow.
Have a bit of that.
Alex Spellman.
Outstanding finish from Spellman.
16. She steps back, has a good look. And nails it for a 3-0 win. What a brilliant performance from Fallon Sherritt.
John Lowe dart. Blight's doing the Luke Humphries finish.
The Highlander hits the heights. A 160 finish to break the throw of the net.
Big moment. Oh, no!
Fifth flag.
Johnston's just been hit with a bat.
This is a mammoth dart. That's a mammoth fight. That's the pitch.
Here we go. One leg shootout to see who plays Sykes in the final.
I think so. I the one time I played early in the schedule, I didn't make the semi-final. The twice that I did,
Starts to get the better of John Worsley.